and you have not scanned and filled in this thing, that serving dish won't open. And you will watch us eat because you did not fill in the
around the African continent. I'll briefly be mentioning some of those factors to African airports to global economy, which is a parity of 2% of global airport income. And therefore, you find that in African continent, that most countries have just concentrated their traffics around the main international airports that are located around the capital cities, leaving very few room for secondary airports to complement the main airport. And therefore, it behooves or it makes a lot of space for development of airport cities that will actually be able to support the main cities that we'll be looking at. And then I would also want to start at the very top in terms of how the International Civil Aviation Authority, which is the international body that is responsible for the management of the global air transport system, and how ICAO, the program that have been established by ICAO for the purposes of ensuring that there is development, and even for countries that are actually taking up the concept of Aerotropolis, what standards do they need to be aware of? What requirements do they need to be aware of so that to ensure there is sustainable development within the Aerotropolis region that they have chosen? So one of the major roles and one of the major achievements that comes out of ICAO is the development of global standards and policies. And the global standards and policies are quite harmonized, and they're harmonized through what we call the standards and recommended practices or SAPs that basically guides each and every country to be able to really unify as much as possible the international regulation and international cooperation, because in aviation, unification is one of the most sought objectives, because you do not want to fly, for instance, in one country to another, and such country will be having very unique, bespoke regulations on a specific area. So for the purposes of ensuring that there's efficacy and making it easy for the industry, ICAO has established a very successful framework for the purposes of unifying the international regime. And this regime starts at the very top from the ICAO level, from particularly, and they're encapsulated in the standards and recommended practices, which are now domesticated in countries in forms of regulation. For instance, when we look at the Civil Aviation Authority Act of any country, you find that it is one of the pieces of legislation that is so much ridden with so many other regulations under it, which forms a bag of law that is supposed to regulate that. And that those pieces of regulation are actually filtrated, or they are adopted from what is the SAPs, or the standard recommended practices. And increasingly, in recognition of sustainability concerns like environmental sustainability, we've seen a lot of introduction of the international body, or the global body, and the industry has embraced a lot of sustainability measures to ensure that aviation is able to pull its weight when it comes to concept of sustainability. And one of the things that we'll be mentioning, you see, of all the forms of transport, aviation is actually one of the biggest emitters, and also one of the biggest, one of the industries in which decarbonization has become a major challenge because of the capital-intensive nature of the industry. But that does not mean that the industry and the different stakeholders have given up. There are quite a number of measures, including the SAPs. And these SAPs are in forms of the annexes to the Chicago Convention, and they include, the major SAPs include, there is Annex 16, Volume 4, that provides for the COSIA, it's called the Carbon Offsetting Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, which helps states to monitor, report, and offset CO2 emissions. Additionally, there's been a lot of adoption of what we call sustainable aviation fuel. There's been quite a number of successes, particularly on the African continent, even in terms of production of sustainable aviation fuel, which is actually produced from plant seeds, some form of waste. So increasingly, there's becoming measures in which countries can actually adopt some of these measures and regulations to ensure that the aviation industry is actually pulling its own weight. And so basically, when you realize that when there are plans, for instance, to come up with a project like an Aerotropolis, or to create a certain aerotropic in a certain region, part of the major concerns or part of the major problems that would actually arise is issues to do with the environment, because the establishment of an airport and the infrastructure, and we all know what development, the tension between development, particularly infrastructural development and environment. But the good thing is that there have been quite a good way of just trying to reconcile on how we can actually develop electropolis centers in a manner that is sustainable and also in a manner that also takes care of the environment. And then there's quite a number of good initiatives in terms of capacity building, particularly in the area of COSIA and particularly in the area of SAF. So ICAO has established what is known as assistant training and capacity building. That is the act for assistant capacity building and training for different countries on all particular facets of both sustainability in terms of the COSIA and how states can actually monitor and report on CO2 emissions. Additionally, and also how states can actually participate in the global value chains in terms of production of sustainable aviation fuel. And there's been quite a number of developments, particularly here in Kenya. For instance, recently, Kenya Airways flew to South Africa on half SAF, which is actually a major development. And the good thing about SAF, for very few African countries are actually endowed with the natural resource of oil. And that means if looking at the raw materials that are used to make SAF, which is basically different plant varieties, waste, including household waste. So this means that the countries have a space of contributing significantly to the aspect of sustainability through investing in this particular area of SAF. And then also ICAO has been at the very forefront in terms of data and monitoring and providing accurate tools to measure emissions and reporting. And those, the initiatives taken within the auspices of ICAO have also been taken at the regional level. And this is the regional level, the regional body that is actually at the forefront of policy formulation in the African Union. There are quite a number of initiatives, particularly under Agenda 2063, that are actually targeted towards sustainability, aviation, and trade. And the key of these initiatives, which I'll spend a bit of time just discussing, the single African air transport market that provides for liberalization of the market, but of the air transport market. And then the single African air transport initiative is also supported by other key initiatives like African Continental Free Trade Agreement that really seeks to ensure that there's trade facilitation and industrialization, also trade liberalization within the African continent. Both of these, including others, are part of initiative of flagship projects for the Agenda 2063, which seeks to ensure that there is inclusive growth in terms of infrastructure development and sustainable cities. Sorry, somebody's telling me. I hope I can be heard. Session chair. Did I proceed?
You can proceed, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought somebody calling me from the ground. Thank you so much. Apologies for that. Yes. So you find that there have been quite a number of initiatives that under Agenda 2063, which are really seeking to transform the African continent. And the Agenda 2063 is basically a 50-year-old plan. Remember, when we talk about it, formulated in 2013. And the whole idea of Agenda 2063 was a reflection of the African continent 50 years from when the predecessor to the African Union was formed, which is the Organization of African Unity, that was formed in 1963. So in 2013, it was a 50-year celebration, and the African stakeholders came together to formulate a vision for 50 years, which is now captured in Agenda 2063. And this particular agenda really recognizes the place for aviation, the place for sustainable cities, the place for inclusive growth and infrastructural development. And therefore, when countries are developing aerotropolis, it should be designed to reinforce or within the integration goals that are really encapsulated within the African Union Agenda 2063, and also that taken into account into local socio-economic objectives of the continent. And I just now narrow down further this particular conversation into the state of air transport and within the African continent, what initiative could actually be taken to really further improve that. So as you can see from this chart, it's of course a bit of an old data in 2018, but there's been a little change, so it can still be reliable. So the 78% of the pie chart shows who controls the market in Africa. And as you can see, close to, the figure has always oscillated between 78, 80, 82, and this is just to demonstrate that foreign airlines dominate up more than close 70, 78, 80, 82, depending on these figures have always oscillated around. And therefore you find that most traffic or the airlines that enjoy or dominate market in Africa are actually not African carriers, but carriers that are actually coming from other continents like Europe and Middle East. Those are the major ones that actually contribute to this figure. So in our own continent, we are barely, all of us, 54, 55 countries, are barely contributing 20% of the market when it comes to air transport market. And therefore that also would actually lead to, would be connected to the aspect of connectivity. That Africa is, or what I actually call the anathema of connectivity. Africa is the least connected region in the world, meaning that it's very difficult to fly from one part of the country to another. The cities, African cities are the least connected in the world. And as you can see from the graph, there is a very paltry connection compared to graphs in North America, Europe, Middle East. And the graph for Africa is quite small, showing the very dismal performance in terms of connectivity around the African continent. That also dovetails into this challenge of needing to really connect through different cities. And session chair, there is a famous Gen Z proverb that says that don't catch flights, not feelings. And as you can see, and it's certainly be seen that this aspect around Africa, people are rarely catching flights. So we don't know whether they are catching feelings, but as you will see, even those who are catching flights, the situation is so bad because as you catch the flight from one country to another, even for countries that are actually sharing a frontier, sometimes you find that, not even sometimes, in most instances, you'll basically have to fly to another continent or another country because of the problem of connectivity and the problem of very little development of air transport. For instance, as you can see, and this is just a sample, there are so many examples in which there is rarely any direct connectivity between one African country to another, which we will shortly be seeing how this affects the concept of sustainability in terms of financial sustainability. So you see, for instance, a flight between Central African Republic and DRC, which basically share a border, a direct flight between the two capitals of Kinshasa and Bangui would basically take 2 hours. But the situation of the ground is that you have to go all the way north for you to really, and spend close to 9.5 hours to 15 hours with long layovers. I mean, if you've flown around the African continent, you realize how tedious it is. Same thing, for instance, a journey between Johannesburg to Abidjan, a direct flight should in reality cost or be taking 6.5 hours. But if you're taking flight from South Africa to any region actually in West Africa, they are basically no, because you'd be mainly you'd either find yourself in Europe, then the route back to West Africa, or you spend a lot of close to 16 hours traveling. And therefore, as I was saying, even those who are catching flights are also catching feelings because of a lot of inconvenience that goes into travel. And this also affects the aspect of costing, and it makes flying in Africa very expensive. And that will also speak to the element in terms of this diagrams here shows us the level of income. What percentage of an African traveler traveling between one African country to another, what percentage will it cost to their income to be able to fly? And as you can see, in Africa, it will cost you close to 11.5% of your income to fund a ticket. And therefore, that makes flying to be an exclusive affair for a certain class of people. And that is compared now to other regions like in Americas and in Europe, where everybody flies. They have what basically they call $50 tickets, and flying is not quote unquote an achievement. It's a means of transport for everybody, and we all know the benefits that really accrue when through the air transporting being the fastest means of transport, and a lot of benefit that really actually accrue, and a lot of time savings that will basically serve us if we had developed our air transport market and ensure the sustainable development. And then I will also speak about the issue of fuel, because it's so much related to the concept of sustainability and why we need to really embrace SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel. Currently, fuel is the most expensive component of air transport. When you take the cost of operation of an aircraft, fuel takes that 1%. And therefore, that means that the room that has actually come for sustainable aviation fuel, which, as I said, can actually come from, for instance, castor seed, which basically grow in very arid. Where I come from in my village, castor seed is a weed in the garden. So if we have deliberate government policy that will actually support some of this feedstock for the sustainable aviation fuel, then we will basically have to deal with all this, the problem of sustainability, because we will have reduced foreign reliance, because we know, for instance, Kenya does not have fuel in terms of the jet fuel. We don't, even for countries, for instance, like Nigeria with oil, they do not have the technology to distill the fuel to the levels required. That means that they will also rely on imports, while they have the raw materials that are basically required. So if we, as African continent and policy drivers, really take up the conversation of sustainable aviation fuel and other alternatives, then a lot of benefits will accrue, because all this, the cost is basically pushed to the consumer, who is the passenger traveling or the person shipping a cargo. You would basically be required to cater for all these components of fuel. And if alternatives are actually found, that would mean sustainability would not only have contributed to environment, but also would have contributed significantly in terms of reduction of this particular cost. Then in terms of financial sustainability and regional profitability, I invite you to look at this particular graph that really tells quite a disturbing story about the average profitability of airlines across Africa on the African continent pre-COVID. So we all know that what COVID did to the airline industry. So this was basically pre-COVID, and as you can see from the graph, airlines, the average in terms of profitability, airlines were since 2008, because there's a bit of before 2007, 2006, major airlines made some profit, but with 2008 came in the financial global crisis that affected all the industries, and then there was a spree of loss making for averagely for airline. And before this period, airlines like SAA were actually doing very well and were actually leading the continent. In 2006, 2007, the number one airlines was the likes of SAA. Ethiopian Airlines was actually not somewhere closer to what SAA was and even what KQ was then. And then when you look at how the trajectory of this particular graph, you see it was only in 2010 that some profitability was actually attained. And because of some activity that actually occurred in Cape Town, or in South Africa generally, which is the World Cup, because of World Cup and a lot of people flying into Africa, there was a bit of profitability around the African continent because most people actually fly to that. But after the World Cup glory days, we entered into a season of loss-making and loss-making and loss-making. And there are a lot of factors that really affect the sustainability in terms of finance that we, of course, we may not have time to really discuss within this particular session. But I've just mentioned a few of them, which includes a lot of protectionism, a lot of lack of prioritization of the aviation industry, the legal regulation that really governs as well the trade of air transport services. So you can actually imagine the curve that this particular graph takes in COVID. And you know, one nature of the air transport industry is the capital intensive. Some of the airlines take budgets that are more than a specific ministry, because of to run an airline and to operate the aviation industry, it's very capital intensive. And therefore you find that governments would actually invest a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars, not rands or Kenyan shillings, billions and billions of dollars to try to really sustain the industry, because also the industry really plays a critical role in terms of supporting other sectors of the economy like export and such. So this shows the dire state when it comes to the aspect of sustainability around the continent. And therefore, one of the major aspects that we talked about, with African airlines only contributing 20% of the market, that means that even where it's only other parts of the world or other continent which are able to really benefit in terms of, even when they establish their own aerotropolis, they're the ones who are really able to benefit, because they're taking 80% of the market of the African continent. And therefore that means that if we do not put in sufficient mechanism to really ensure that there's both environmental and financial sustainability, then even our own centers in terms of aerotropolis cities, they will not be able to really capture the traffic within the African, because it ought to be very easy for a person flying, for instance, from East Africa, instead of going to Dubai first, and Dubai, they have a very good airport city. If we have sufficient liberalization and sufficient mechanism in place to really collaborate and change the face and the situation of the African continent, it makes it very easy for me to fly to Durban first, to connect to a flight in Cape Town, or to connect Durban to Joburg, because of that easy liberalization and connectivity, but which, because of the specific state of affairs, including a lot of protectionism from African countries who really open up their markets, air transport markets, to foreign airlines and close out to African airlines. And that leads to a lot of, the aviation industry is really captured by a lot in terms of even terminologies and development aspect. We have what we call, when diplomacy comes in the sector, we call it aerodiplomacy. When politics infiltrate the sector, now we call it aeropolitics. So there's a lot of all this that really needs to be managed. And now to move from the African aeropolitics and bad aerodiplomacy to collaboration initiative in terms of having joint Aerotropolis initiatives. And the concept of Aerotropolis and the good benefit that were actually highlighted, which I didn't want to deal with today, or that were highlighted yesterday, of course, they have come up with certain externalities and certain challenges which come out from such developments around Aerotropolis, including environmental cost. I think a lot of sustainability discussions were mentioned yesterday, which I would not want to really dwell on that. Then there is also the challenge of economic inequality and enclavization, which basically means that sufficient mechanisms are not put into place, then the airport cities are most likely to be enclaves for the rich people. And that also is connected to the problem of social exclusion and displacement, that sufficient mechanisms are not put into place to really compensate, because such projects take a huge chunk of land. And therefore, that basically means that there is need to have sufficient, and it's not unique to development in the areas. It is something that is a common balance when it comes to any form or major form of development. So those major discourses that have actually been happening in terms of involvement of community, compensation of community, public participation, ensuring that there's environmental protection and such. And then there's also the problem of illusion of growth, in which real estate speculation schemes would easily masquerade as forms of development around the airport, and therefore defeat the main purpose. So these are really some of the challenges, and this, as I mentioned, the challenges are not so much unique within any form of environmental development or built environment, and they do not mean that we should throw a very good concept with very good benefits that have actually been documented over a period of time. We should not throw the baby with the bathwater, but we should really take into consideration all these particular externalities to ensure that there is sustainable development. And therefore, some of the principles that have been used for the purposes of reconciliation between some of the disadvantages or the externalities that arise within the development of an aerotropolis is that, first of all, there is need to ensure safety first. In the aviation industry, basically, at the heart of regulation is the concept of safety. And therefore, that means that for civil aviation authorities, they ought to ensure that they are actually compliant to ICAO SATs, and the audit are actually done by ICAO in terms of the safety audits, and to ensure that they have adopted unimpeachable safety standards, which would actually ensure that even within a certain region, and one of the major problems on the African continent that I didn't mention is that flying in Africa is also extremely dangerous. It is the region in the world where there is highest rates of accidents because of multiplicity of factors, which I will not touch on at this particular address. And therefore, safety and standards, or safety standards are, I would say, the most sought, the holy grail of regulation. I mean, when it comes to aviation, we don't joke on issues of safety and issues of different standards that actually have to be adhered to. And green by design. Now, there's quite new initiative, and it's good to see people in build environment sector and design. So it's good to ensure that as this, because as I mentioned, coming up with an airport and infrastructure around it can actually involve really a lot of interference with the environment. And therefore, but there's good mechanisms that have been put into place, and it's good to ensure there the environmental impact assessment, there is sustainable aviation fuel adoption, energy efficiency, and the protection of the biodiversity. Then there is inclusive growth, and I think this has been mentioned over and over, local content, ensuring participation, ensuring even jobs that are actually coming from that particular metropolis are actually for people around those major cities that are cropping up around airports would actually be able to benefit from jobs that are actually coming from that. And then they also need to ensure that there is regional harmonization, because the major cities that have risen up as Aerotropolis centers are actually centers for purposes of connectivity and business with other parts of the continent. So as we trade, for instance, under the African continental trade area, then we need to ensure that there are a lot of regional harmonization, common custom corridors, single window clearance and such. And then there's also the aspect of financing, which is actually a major discourse in terms of airport financing, because airport in themselves, they take huge amounts of budgets. And for instance, we had a very interesting discussion in Kenya 2 years ago that actually led to part of the protest, was actually because of the airport in terms of the financing model that the government wanted, because the government had actually invited some investors, which the general public thought that they were actually shady investors, and people protested against that initiative. So there's needs to sustainable financing models like blended finance, development, bank loans, and PPPs. It's a concept that now we are largely adopting here in Kenya. And then also investment guarantees. And then also that speaks to the issue or the elephant in the room about land use and spatial planning that needs to be really catered into, particularly to deal with the problem of buffer zones and noise pollution. And therefore, there's need to introduce noise mitigation corridors, ensure that there is mixed-use planning, transport integration, good thing with what is actually happening in Durban, land tenure safeguards and inclusive settlement policy. And we cannot really exhaust on the issues of land and tenure issues generally around the African continent. But how do we make all these inclusive? So if we come with very beautiful concepts like the one that we're talking of, and then to really talk about these safeguards, then we will not really be able to get the buy-in of the local community, which is, and the community and the environmental requirements, which is actually a very necessary requirement for the purposes of development. Then lastly, there is issues of environmental and social safeguards that speaks to mandatory environmental social impact assessments and diversity plans, first extension, local quotas, community benefits, and such. So the very last, I will just mention two models that have actually come to fore in terms of development of Aerotropolis, and one of them is Ethiopia Airline is doing extremely well in Addis Ababa, and this is because there's a lot of Ethiopia Airlines was not the airline of, it was not the most profitable airline like 10 years ago. But now, because of a lot of government support, a lot of integration in terms of integrating the airline and the airport management, and the bringing together in terms of synergies between all sectors of the economy, and with a lot of government support, then that has made the Ethiopian Airline to be the biggest airline on the African continent, both in terms of fleet and also in terms of passengers. And that has actually led to cargo dominance across the African continent in all sectors. And this has actually boosted the development of their economy. And there's one thing about Ethiopia, in Ethiopia, you can joke with any other sector of the economy, but not the airline. I mean, it is one of most professionally run institutions that even the government does not allow corruption and practices and greed to really infiltrate is the airline industry. There's a lot to be learned from other countries, like even my own countries like Kenya, where a lot happens in terms, and a lot of actually affected, which also has led to issues of profitability and such. The lesson there is a lot of government support and state-backed long-term vision, but also your very own Dubai trade port, which has also taken advantage of multimodal integration involving both sea, rail, and air, and therefore creating a highly regulated, designated special economic zones for that. And the key lessons for any countries, including Kenya, is actually to the regulatory clarity and the special economic zone benefit that actually accrue and which are providing a synergetic approach in terms of ensuring that the Aerotropolis city actually becomes successful in South Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for me, and thank you so much. I think I can return it to the session chair for any plenaries or questions. Thank you.
Asante Sana, Dr. Kiema, Africa's luminous legal scholar in aviation law. We truly, truly thank you so much for making sure that we move towards catching flights and not catching fillings. But you did indicate that in Africa, whether you catch flights or not, the long connecting hours will take you back to catching fillings. One thing to note is that 6 days ago, Kenya Airways flew the first intra-African flight from Nairobi to Cape Town that was flown using sustainable aviation fuels, meaning we are getting somewhere as a continent. And then, Doctor, you touched on many critical things, including the single African air transport market, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and the role of ICAO and the ICAO startups in the domestic sector. So many concerning things, such as the fact that we are responsible for 20% of the aviation economy in Africa. We are slipping on the resources we have as an African continent, from natural resources to our airspace. We are not reaping what we're supposed to be reaping economically, and we need gatherings like this to look at how do we tap in and ensure that we benefit from our airspace as an African continent. You also mentioned that Africa is the least connected region globally. Sometimes it's easier to fly to Dubai before flying back to Mauritania or to any other point in Africa. You have to go to another continent to come back to Africa. The time will be longer, but it will be much more smoother and seamless if you fly like that. We need to do something about our aviation sector in Africa. You also told us how to ensure that government is involved in the development of Aerotropolis and how we can have a national airline being the center of the development of that particular Aerotropolis, as we did with Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, I will allow 3 quick questions to Dr. Kiema. Any burning issues, 3 quick questions. Yesterday I asked for gender balance because the ladies were just watching the men do the talk. We're not here to let the men do the talk. We're here to all contribute towards the Aerotropolis project across the African continent. 3 quick hands. If there are advocates, Aluba, you're welcome. I see you, I note your hand. Any other hand? Yes, Dr. Nadia. Oh, the women are winning. The gentlemen are losing 2-1 right now. Last hand, please. Last hand. Okay, there. The gentlemen are also coming through. Fantastic. In that order.
A good morning to us all. Thank you, Prof, and thank you to the presenter, Son. Mine relates to the second point you've raised, Prof, which always is a bone of contention for me, at least, because it shows how, as Africans, we're not able to live up to our mandate. It was last year, Prof, when we were talking about the same issue, that Africa as a continent is having its airspace and outer space managed somewhere, hence the costs then follow the queue. Today you are still saying the same. And today you're going further in saying this congregation must provide initiatives. The Prof and the presenter, what is it that we're not doing right as Africa? We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which I thought was a push for us to do things right. And I think it's growing older now, but we are still dealing with serious issues of mobility, air mobility, which is critical to save lives. So what are we saying? Secondly, Prof, I would want, as we deal with that, we also deal with the two airspaces, the civilian airspace and the military space. At what point are we looking at these? Because there's a thin line between them, and how do we ensure the seamless movement from these airspaces? Because they govern, for example, if you're talking about the chartered aircraft and how it's managed. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Prof. Greetings to everyone, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for Dr. William Giema for a good presentations. I just have just a short questions. You know, when you raise that in Africa there are 925 airports, and which is 122 are considered international airports nationally, and also which it account to 2% of global airport incomes. So my question is that what are the infrastructure challenges that must be put in place to implement Aerotropolis in less developed African regions? The last one is how can Aerotropolis stimulate inclusivity in terms of economic growth in African country, urban and also rural? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiema. Those are the questions from 3 members of the gallery here. Over to you.
Thank you so much for this very good question. In terms of, I think the first person that asked the question was also related to the second person. The first question that was asked by the first person was really related to the second. So let's take the two of them together in terms of what are we doing right, and how can we get to stakeholders as the second question. I have had the opportunity of attending conferences, ICAO conferences organized for African stakeholders, and where African government and representatives are actually present. So it's quite interesting that when you attend major conferences by government officials, somebody from the Civil Aviation Authority, they will basically tell you that when you attend these conferences, they are very, they are always speaking about these benefits, because the benefits of liberalizations are well documented. And there are always very good initiatives. There's been initiatives since 1988 with the Homosexual Declaration, and subsequently with the secret decision of 1998. But as I mentioned, when you attend this conference, very nice talks, very nice figures that have actually shown what can actually happen, that we are not second guessing this aspect of, for instance, liberation. It's not something that we are guessing. It's something that is actually backed up with data. It's something that has actually, in countries, even within Africa, where there's been liberalization, there's been quite a number of benefits, both direct benefits and other indirect benefits, or what we call the capitalistic benefit that actually accrue because of taking this particular industry serious. But now when it comes to implementation, therein lies the challenge, because there is always, I think, the major conferences and major, particularly in relation to the aspect of liberalization, there's been very good progress on some of the major facets like safety, particularly with the adoption with the Abuja safety targets. There's been significant improvement and over time. But when it comes to this, there's always a lot of what I mentioned as aeropolitics and aerodiplomacy. And it's the same problem that is actually is in the area of trade, for instance. So you find that Africa trades the least with each other. And also it's the same challenge that also is in the area of movement, that it is very easy, for instance, for a person from Europe, EU, the US, to come to an African country than an African country, an African citizen going to another African citizen for business. Because all those administrative really speaks to the issue of lack of goodwill, but also because of, aviation is also connected to so many other economic aspect of it. So you find that both foreign government would actually, when they negotiate, for instance, trade agreements, they will always have a conversation about an airline, give access to an airline, to our airline, to this, and it happens quite a lot. Or even the issue around loans and grants, they will always be tied to all this. So there are other interests which are actually pulling to the other sides and against the African continent and against the unity of the African continent. And there are so many interests that benefit when there is that fragmentation, when there is that lack of implementation. So there's been quite a number of initiatives, very good on paper documents, and very good initiatives, very good documents, including the talking about the Single African Air Transport Initiative in 2018. I was just talking to some of my colleagues at the African Civil Aviation Authority, AFCAC, African Civil Aviation Commission, AFCAC, which is the regional body of the AU that is responsible for the management of the air transport sector. And also there is AFRA as well. So when you talk to them about what's not happening, how many countries have actually even taken up to implement this particular decision. So you find that there's very good commitment in terms of signing, but when it comes to the real implementation, airlines or countries that are still wanting to hold, we are still stuck in the 1940s era when airlines were symbols of state prestige. And therefore you find that a country will just want to establish an airline. And so when a country has established an airline, and because they have pumped a lot of money to that airline, they will adopt a lot of protectionism measures to protect that particular area. So goodwill summarizes that very long answer. Then there is the question on civilian and military and chartered. So you find that in terms of the international regulation, the international law, particularly the Chicago Convention, the Chicago Convention only applies to civilian, it's civil aircraft management system. So aspects of state are actually left to the police. But in the aspect of chartered, this is also captured under both chartered and chartered is captured under the Chicago Convention itself. So there are regulations and provisions that really govern the provision of chartered services. as well compared to the other services where they are everybody's paying as a passenger. Then in terms of how can we include the concept of inclusivity? And as I mentioned, and even implement the Aerotropolis concept within the context of this challenge that we've mentioned. As I mentioned, of course, development, if not well handled, can be can actually cause a lot of problems in terms of the variances between development and the environment. And a key way around this is in terms of ensuring that, first of all, inclusivity, involving local communities and involving local labor, public participation, which is a major governance principle. So all of this, regardless of how beautiful you have a particular project that you want to establish, if you do not involve the community and get their buy-in, then your project is likely to remain a pie in the sky. Over to you, Prof. I think I have attempted all of them.
Thank you so much, Doc. I know we have an online presence. I can't see the hands though. If there's any one question from the online, okay, nobody's raised their hand. Right, that's fine. We keep it like that. Dr. Kiama, there is a question. I can't see the chart. Can we go to the charts? Whoever is controlling the laptop, let's go to the charts. And Doc, if you can see the question on the charts, just one question, you can go ahead and answer it briefly.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a question on the chart by Thulani that says, I would like to ask a question regarding the development of design of Aerotropolis, and an Aerotropolis design take into consideration the land use of residential development that benefit economical disadvantages in terms of allocating them in areas that are exposed to noise, looking at futuristic volumes of air traffic in South Africa. Lastly, is there possibility for drones to be used for aviation company as feeders for current laws that are applied? So very, very, very good question. Thank you so much, Telani. And your question, I can see, actually contains an answer, which is actually true, because if you truly avoid this concept of taking into consideration land use and the disadvantaged communities, then most likely, and we've seen a lot of, there's been, for instance, there was one of the projects that was being undertaken in Tanzania, creating an Aerotropolis center around Kilimanjaro that will actually serve as a tourist destination for the national park, and also for the tourists that are actually coming to visit and go up Mount Kilimanjaro. And that project, because of some of the issues that you actually highlight here, did not kick off because of the problems of not involving the community and not taking into consideration the issue of land use. So when the project of a nature of an Aerotropolis is being picked up, there are many stakeholders that really needs to be involved in terms of the environment, the civil society, the environment practitioners, and civil society, the aviation sector, and such. So, and also in regards to the second part of the question in terms of the use of drones, this is actually has been a major area of development in terms of, even within the African continent. There's been quite interesting development, not just in drones, but in what we call air taxis. For instance, Rwanda recently introduced a pilotless air taxi, and Dubai also has some of these major air taxis. And I myself do argue that in the near future, the most busy transport authorities are likely to be civil aviation authorities, because we are likely to have a lot of traffic in the air And we've seen even initiatives like Uber introducing Uber choppers and such. So there's likely to be a lot of activities in the next few years in terms of development. It will be very easy for you to just move even from one point to another within a city by use of an air taxi. And this is not something that is basically far-fetched. You can just look it up in what is actually happening, what was actually introduced in Rwanda, for instance, even what is happening in major towns. So there is a lot of development. And now we are in the era of technological development and a lot of leapfrogging in terms of both the use of technology and also both the use of technologies and also the development of aircraft that are sustainable in terms of, for instance, the one that I just mentioned, it's actually an electric aircraft that is without a pilotless electric aircraft in Africa, which is actually happening. So that means most of African stakeholders are likely to take this up, and we're likely to have very busy civil aviation authorities, even much busier than transport authorities or such, because of the large uptake which is likely to take. So that will also need to, if countries have actually take up and technology is being developed, then it's very easy for it to be for us to see the feeder logistic companies really connecting different. It will be very easy for you to take an air taxi to the airport, and then for you to connect from that to an international destination. Thank you so much, Prof.
Asante sana, my brother. Truly appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Kiama. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Kiama. And we shall move right along. But before we do, may I not forget to remind you, I'm monitoring the survey. I can see when the responses are not moving. Please, we can do TikTok challenges. We can scan this. It's 8 minutes. We just want your perceptions on several things so that we can produce new knowledge and add to the development of Africa and the Aerotropolis economy. Do not forget, before my chef locks down the serving dishes, let's ensure that we have scanned this survey number 1 as well as survey number 2. We need the responses. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we move along to this, what was supposed to be the first panel session of it still is the first session of the day in terms of panels. It's the panel on policy, regulation and governance, aligning national frameworks with continental and global aviation agendas, the single African air transport market implementation, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement integration, and the Yamoussoukro decision progress. Dr. Priscilla Vengasai, please come to the podium. Dr. Vengasai is a postdoctoral fellow within the College of Law, and she agreed to come and moderate this panel made up of 3 panelists. She will invite them to come to the podium. Doc, you will have between 30 and 45 minutes. Work your time accordingly. Allocate your time to your panelists. You will call your panelists to sit over there. We'll ask for 1 roving mic to be over there so that so that we avoid coming to the podium when we have to address our panelists will answer questions over there using the mic that should be provided. So please, technical team, a roving mic for the stage. We'll invite question and answer session after they have presented. Over to you, Doc.
I would like to give my utmost salutation to the leadership of UNISA, the University of the Land, and also even to the organizers of this August symposium. A good morning to you all, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As has already been alluded to, my name is Priscilla Vengasai. If you are finding it difficult to pronounce my surname, I'm comfortable with the first name. It's Priscilla. I would like to just appreciate my predecessors, starting from Dr. Nodri, who has welcomed us. Thank you, Doc. Also, thank you, Dr. Kiema, for giving us a global perspective about the aviation industry and setting the tone for the areas of improvement that are required for us as Africans. And also, I would like to thank Prof. Due for spearheading the first session, which was quite informative. Now at this juncture, allow me to call upon our panelists for this session. We have Advocate Lufuno Newondwe. If she's around, can please Advocate come and take a seat? Thank you. The Advocate is around. Let's just give him a big round of applause as he's coming. We also have Mr. Rhys Lenton. He's from the University of Pretoria, and he's a specialist and expert in aviation law. Thank you, Mr. Rhys. And lastly, but not least, obviously, we have Ms. Koza. Ms. Koza is from South African Civil Aviation Authority. Ms. Koza, if you're around, please join us on the stage. Ms. Koza is yet to join us, or you'll probably join us online, but we shall continue with the program. As has already been alluded by Prof. Due, this session is on policy regulation and governance. And 3 key frameworks are going to be quite topical here. The first one is the SATIM, and the second one is the AFTA, and also the Yokos decision. And we're checking the progress, how far South Africa has gone in implementing even these regional frameworks as a country. Have they domesticated in terms of policies and also even the enforcement and the implementation? We have these experts to help us unpack these 3 key regulatory frameworks in the aviation industry. Without further wasting your time, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome on the podium our first panelist, who is Advocate Lufuno. Advocate Lufuno, you've got 10 minutes to tell us and also to unpack the topic. Please educate us and please unpack how far we have gone as South Africa in terms of integrating these regional frameworks into our own laws. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the invite. I'm coming from the South African National Space Agency, SANTA, and we are discussing this theme while Africa will have the first G20 summit on the 22nd and 23rd November 2025 in Johannesburg. The 2025 G20 summit will discuss space and aviation. Space is on the agenda through a dedicated Space 20 engagement group, which led the Space Economy Leaders Meeting in September 2025. Aviation will be discussed as part of the G20 Tourism Working Group agenda. The session theme focuses on aligning national aviation policies with continental and global goals, specifically by advancing the single African air transport market, integrating it with the African Continental Free Trade Area, and ensuring that the successful implementation of Yamoussoukro decision. This involves harmonizing regulations, removing market access, restriction through multilateral agreements, and overcoming the fragmentation caused by bilateral deals to foster economic integration and open skies across Africa. In terms of the key areas of focus, the single African air transport market, This initiative, a flagship project of the African Union Agenda 2063, aims to liberalize civil aviation by deregulating air services and creating a unified air market in Africa. A key goal is to replace the fragmented system of bilateral air service agreements with multilateral protocol for intra-African traffic. The African Continental Free Trade Area, it will also explore how the SATM implementation will integrate with the broader AFCFTA, which seeks to boost intra-African trade and eliminate trade barriers for goods and services. And also the framework for the air transport liberation in Africa, which the SAATM aims to expedite and fully operationalize. In terms of harmonization and regulation, a central theme is aligning national regulations with continental and global standards to ensure safety, security, and coherent regulatory framework for a single market. This includes meeting international standards set by organizations like the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and ensuring the gains from trade liberation are not undermined by anti-competitive practices. Implementation challenges, I think it will also address the practical challenges of moving from a market based on bilateral protectionism to a more liberalized market-based system on how to overcome the obstacles to achieve a multilateral open skies environment. You know that I come from the South African National Space Agency, so I must also talk about the matters of space. SANSA legislative mandate. SANSA is established in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, the PFMA. SANSA operates as a Schedule 3A public entity under the auspices of the Department of Science and Innovation. The agency legislative mandate is premised on two key acts, namely the Space Affairs Act 84 of 1993, the South African National Space Agency Act 36 of 2008. The Space Affairs Act is an instrument of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, which provides a regulatory and policy framework for the South African space program, while the SANSA Act, which is governed by the Department of Science and Innovation, enabled the establishment of SANSA as an implementing agency for the South African space program. The counterparts of the SANSA globally is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, in the United States of America, United Kingdom Space Agency, UKSA, in the UK, and German Space Agency in Germany, and Roscosmos State Corporation in Russia. In terms of the SANSA legislative mandate, the South African National Space Agency came into being in December 2010, but South Africa's involvement with space research and activities started many decades earlier, with helping early international space efforts in the second half of the 20th century and observing the Earth's magnetic field at stations around Southern Africa. SANSA was created to promote the use of space and strengthen cooperation in space-related activities while fostering research in space science, advancing scientific engineering through developing human capital, and supporting industrial development in space technologies. The research and work carried out at SANSA focuses on space science, engineering, technology that can promote development, build human capital, and provide important national services. Much of this work involves monitoring the Earth and our surrounding environment and using the collected data to ensure that navigation, communication technology, and weather forecasting services function as intended. SANSA head office is here in Pretoria, which oversees SANSA operation and management, the Earth Observation Program, which is currently based in Hartbeespoort, the Space Operation Program, formerly the Satellite Application Center, which is in Hartbeespoort, and Space Science Program, which is in Hermanus in the Western Cape, as well as the newly established space engineering program situated along the head office here in Pretoria. In terms of the products and services, SANSA provides a wide range of services and data products to government as well as local and international organizations, academia and the business sector, as well as the global and regional academic community to enhance service delivery and generate technological advancement. These services include Earth observation, data products and services, international launch, monitoring and support, space weather information, provision and mission system support. In terms of these key legislative and other mandates relevant to SANSA, it includes the PFMA, which established the framework for overseeing the utilization of public funds by public entities. As a Schedule 3A national public entity, SANSA is obliged to adhere to the requirements and principles of the PFMA. Science and Technology Laws Amendment Act. This act amends the establishment legislation of several Department of Science and Innovation public entities, including SANSA, with the intention of streamlining governance processes of the accounting authorities of public entities. The National Key Point Act. This act provides for the declaration and protection of sites of national strategic importance against sabotage as determined by the Minister of Police in 2004 and the Minister of Defense. The act provides for the protection of the Harte BS and Hermenas facilities, which are the SANSA facilities, which have both been declared as national key point. Space Affairs Act. South Africa Primary Statute is the Space Affairs Act 84 of 1993, administered by the South African Council for Space Affairs. It establishes a licensing regime for all national space activities and align domestic obligations with UN treaties. What are the 5 principles of space law? The 5 accepted principles are non-appropriation and freedom of use, peaceful purposes, state responsibility and liability, cooperation and due regard, registration and jurisdiction over space object. I'll just move quickly to the other aspect because I might not be able to finish if I focus on everything. Policies which are applicable to SANSA. Policy mandate, there are various policies which are applicable to SANSA, which are the following. National Space Policy. The primary objectives of the National Space Policy are to improve coordination throughout the South African space arena to maximize the benefits of current and planned space activities, avoid or minimize duplication of resources and efforts, and organize the existing initiatives, programs, and institutions into a coherent network for all providers and users of space systems. Promote capacity building initiatives, both as a means towards effective participation in the space area, as well as to develop capacity in science and technology in space and in general. Facilitate the provision of appropriate and adequate space capabilities to support South Africa's domestic and foreign policy objectives. Foster a robust science and technology base in research institutions and the higher education sector. To promote the creation and implementation of a supportive regulatory environment to support industrial participation in the space arena in accordance with domestic law and South African foreign policy objectives and also international obligations. Promote the development of an appropriate and competitive domestic commercial space sector to provide the industrial base to meet the nation's needs for space technology. Promote improved cooperation with other nations in the mutual beneficial peaceful uses of outer space and promote greater awareness and appreciation at all levels of South African society of the relevance and benefits of space science and technology. SANSA is resolute in its pursuit to take a prominent position in the national space program and gain a larger market share globally. By promoting innovation and industrial competitiveness, SANSA aims to drive the successful execution of the national space policy. Through the utilization of space science and technology, SANSA will develop applications that cater to the provision of geospatial telecommunications, timing and positioning products and services, thereby contributing to the establishment of a knowledge economy. White Paper for Science, Technology and Innovation 2019. This white paper focuses on increasing the impact of STI on the country national priorities, including economic growth, strategic partnerships, and the development of innovation culture with a whole of society approach through a government innovation compact. Decadal Plan on Science, Technology and Innovation, STI 2022. This plan serves as the implementation plan for the 2019 White Paper. SANSA efforts and investment focused on building and maintaining a competitive national space infrastructure that foster R&D, delivery and products and services, industry development and strengthening international partnerships will be positioned to support the Decadal Plan priorities. In addition to its focus on research, capacity building and other activities aimed at addressing the Decadal Plan 3 societal grand challenges, SANSA continues to prioritize international cooperation and partnership activities aligned with the STI Decadal Plan priorities for expanded and strategic internationalization. National Development Plan Vision 2030, the NDP is aimed at eliminating poverty and reducing inequality by 2030. It comprises 13 chapters, inclusive of set of objectives and action for each, which details how government intends to respond on different fronts to the manifold challenges facing South Africa. South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan 2020, this plan was developed to address the resultant economic crisis of the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 pandemic. SANSA intends to continue to contribute to the ERP by providing solutions through the development and distribution of space products and applications that respond to the scientific challenges related to the pandemic and other broader socio-economic challenges. Because of the time, I'm given 10 minutes. I'll just end here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate. It was quite an informative presentation. From this presentation, we noted that South Africa has been engaging several summits, multilateral agreements with other African countries, and also in researches in an effort to try to liberalize the aviation industry and open markets for the other African countries. And also, Advocate touched so much on the provisions of SANSA, which is a key legislation to aviation industry. Thank you so much for this presentation. At this moment now, we move on to our next panelist. Just a reminder, if you've got any question, just write it down for Advocate. Then after our second presenter, then we're going to call upon questions. You'll be given an opportunity to ask your questions and seek clarification or rather comment on his presentation. Thank you. Over to you, to Mr. Rees.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank, of course, Professor Dube, the team, and by extension, the University of South Africa for this incredible opportunity to present here. It's no easy feat to put an event of this magnitude together. It's important that we facilitate these conversations, and Prof. Dube has been at the forefront of making those engagements happen through various platforms that he heads up. And then secondly, also to my fellow panelists, from the University of Pretoria, we work very closely with the South African Civil Aviation Authority, as well as SANSA, so this is also just an opportunity to thank them for their continued contribution towards facilitating collaboration between industry, academia, and the like. So thank you. So I've been tasked with presenting on the Yamoussoukro decision. the Yamoussoukro Declaration, as well as the Single African Air Transport Market. So this is Africa's attempt at liberalizing its airspace. I'll start off with an overview. We will then look into the various benefits which have been highlighted already. And then we'll get into the crux, which is the question that the advocate had answered, implementation. So the start of the story is quite exciting because we have ministers of transport from various African countries coming together in 1988. I wasn't even born yet. They had a clear vision. Contextually, we know where we are as a continent in terms of the decolonial mission. There's a shared vision in terms of the direction of where the continent is going, where we need to go, and how we need to get there. So our transport ministers meet firstly in Mauritius. They decided, okay, they have this idea of integrating the various airlines on the continent, which brings us to the Yamoussoukro Declaration, which is the first document. This one is more of a business plan where we see the integration of airlines in terms of their ticketing system, developing a shared leasing company, and various other commercial aspects that these African airlines would then integrate over an 8-year plan. We have phase 1, we have phase 2, we have phase 3. Those 8 years go, unfortunately there's no implementation. No problem. Our leaders then decide again in the 90s that, okay, they're going to meet in the very same city in Côte d'Ivoire, Yamoussoukro. So that's why the two treaties have the same name. So now in the 90s, they understand that a business plan is not enough. So they decide to take a more traditional approach from an international law perspective, and they draft a treaty, a very sound, legally thought through document that will liberalize the airspace above the African continent. This will be facilitated through one of the freedoms, which is the 5th freedom, which is one of the guiding principles of air travel. The 5th freedom is the idea that you can travel from South Africa to Botswana, drop off passengers, pick up passengers, and then go on to Nairobi, and then complete the same trip back. So we've identified, especially through the keynote speaker, I actually forgot to say thank you to Dr. Kiema, who is somebody I really look up to as a scholar and a professional because we're pretty much in the same line of work. When his PhD was released on SATM, on this very topic, I then had to change my topic because mine was on the same thing. So I was like, okay, he beat me to it, but it's now just refining that. So we implement that. The YD99 comes into effect. Very clear. Article 3 tells us that through the 5th freedom, we'll implement it. Through Article 5, we see, as the first speaker said, the deregulation of air travel. So this is no limit on capacity, no limit on frequencies. Unfortunately, no implementation. In 2018, the African Union then identifies SATM as the flagship project for the 2063 agenda, with the African Free Trade Agreement and various other initiatives. And this is where we see now a spotlight being put onto SATM on the YD through SATM. The idea is that the AFCAC, which is the African Civil Aviation Authority, as the instituting agency, will oversee the implementation of this. So the idea is that in our regional blocks, we then come together, implement it, and then through the regional blocks, we then implement at that level. And now to the challenges. As we've identified, the document itself is sound. The implementation is where we begin to see the issues. As African leaders, we struggle to find consensus. It's quite interesting to see that on one hand, we're trying to integrate our airspace, and then in other sectors, we're at war with each other. And then we see it at an aviation level, that countries banning each other's airlines, neighboring countries banning their airlines in recent times already. So we see, as it was spoken about, protectionism, where airlines are seen as a national symbol of pride. And on the African continent, as here in South Africa, a lot of these state-owned airlines are state-funded. So therefore, there's a vested interest on the state's part to be very actively involved in the running of the airline. So we see that when we hear the idea of competition, we see a lot of fear come through, because through deregulation and liberalization, those who are competitively sound will of course improve, but those who are less competitively sound will of course then go under. And that's a lot of the fears that we see on the continent. Then also the disparity in resources. We have very strong airlines, South African Airways, through its now recovery plan, Ethiopian Airlines, and a lot of our airlines in Northern Africa and the Maghreb region are very strong as well. KQ that was spoken about, very strong, mature airlines. Whereas if you look at your less mature airlines in smaller nations, the fear is that these bigger airlines will then, through deregulation, swallow them up, which is, it's a legitimate concern. However, through that short-sightedness, we fail to see the long-term benefit of integration and collaboration. So this is where, for me, the debate has shifted. Because as an international lawyer, I've looked at these documents from a purely positive perspective, and you begin to see that there's no issue there. It's behind the curtain, as the keynote speaker spoke about, aeropolitics. And that is where the discussion needs to be had with our leaders. And before I close, I had presented a paper on this topic in Cape Town, and I said, 2063, I'll be in my 70s, 80s. Unfortunately, many in the room won't be here. We can't wait that long. We cannot. This idea that we can put a goal so far ahead that we don't actually have to think about it right now, I think for me is very problematic. We need to have tangible plans in place, phased approach. Because even from a South African perspective, we are SATAM compliant, which means that we are ready to implement SATAM, yet we are not a signatory, or we've signed it, but we haven't ratified the Yamoussoukro decision as a leading aviation force on the continent. And this, once again, is due to that lack of consensus on the continent. So everyone's ready to implement, but nobody's actually implementing it. And then that opens the conversation again at an African Union level in terms of how we implement various multilateral treaties concluded on the continent. Unfortunately, as the AU, we are not a supranation, as is the case with the European Union, where when a decision is made at continental level, there must be implementation. Unfortunately, on the continent, there is still that unfortunate case where we can make decisions at AU level, but then it is still on the state to implement it. If the state doesn't implement it, there's little to no consequences. So once again, it brings us back to the heart of the discussion that needs to be had, is with our political leaders on the continent, our heads of state and political leaders that need to come together to understand the shared benefit for our people of the continent. We are the youngest continent, and we are going to be the youngest continent for the longest time being. And it's time that our leaders now come together and understand, as they did in 1988, that it is for our shared benefit that we come together and implement this agreement. The benefits have, as identified, are far-reaching, socio-economically, cultural integration, which is one of the biggest benefits in terms of, in my opinion, and then trade. Trade, filling planes in the belly of the aircraft, is necessary to bolster trade. So yeah, for me, that's pretty much the summary, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
That was Mr. Rhys Lintel unpacking the Yamoussoukro decision. In 1988, African countries sat in Côte d'Ivoire and made an agreement and decided that African countries must open their airlines to each other in order to increase and integrate and also even improve trading in the aviation industry. Thank you so much, Mr. Lindo. Let us just give him another round of applause. Now, while this decision was quite a landmark, decision in terms of improving the trading between African countries. Now, the major worry now is the Agenda 2063. I was also reflecting, really, where will I be in 2063? But as we have participated in this symposium, we can always leave a footprint that even then we can be reckoned and say, okay, these people have contributed. It's your chance even to improve in terms of innovation, in terms of even research. We can contribute in that way. So don't worry about your age. Probably by that time you will be, no longer even flying, no longer even involved in aviation, but your work will speak for your contribution. Thank you so much for that, enlightenment and informative presentation, Advocate Lufuno and Mr. Rees. At this moment, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to open up for comments or questions. No, before we move on to questions, I would like to check if Mr. Koza is around now. Do we have Mr. Koza on? Okay. He has sent an apology. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Probably if he's got any presentation, we'll try to circulate through your emails that we have been, communicating with you, so that at least you don't miss out on his presentation. But most of the things have been touched. So this is now a moment for engagement, a moment for you to leave a footprint for the Warring 2063. I'll just take a first round of 3 questions. Now that these were gentlemen who were presenting, I'll also favor ladies so that we have an opportunity to dilute and the gender aspect is always a drive in Africa and in South Africa. So we have advocate there. Do we have mics? Oh, okay. We have say there by the corner there. He needs a mic. I note your hand, and these two on the same table. We start with the lady and then the gentleman will close. So let's start. After that round, then I'll take the last one. No, I'll come to you after these 4. I've noted you say. You may indicate the person that you're asking.
It goes to both of them.
Okay.
I'll start with UP. My colleague, we're dealing with policy here. The question I would want you to respond to, one of the questions we had at the economic cluster, not the economic, international cluster some years back, it relates to what is it that must be the precondition for signing multilateral legal instrument, for it then to be ratified in a shortest period of time. I'm asking this because, like you have said, within the international law space, I will take a simple one, the Malabo Convention. It's still sitting with 15 signatures. But we're talking about data privacy, and it links with this discourse that we're in. And if a simple multilateral legal instrument like Malabo is taking us so long, what then does that say in terms of the bigger vision we have for Africa? I then want to pose a question and say, don't you think that as the think tank of government, which I believe we are, there is a cause for a diagnostic paper that looks at what is it that is missing at the stage 1, which is not considered as part of due diligence before our principals sign, so that the second one flows. The second one I want to ask you is, why is it that as Africans, it's easy for us to respond to EU than to respond to AU? But Makier, coming to my colleague, advocate, Advocate, I want you to talk about the latest discourse around the two spaces, air and outer, and the contestations that's happening there, and its impact on the discourse that we have now, and the policies that we have now, and how it impacts on, for example, the work that the DCDT is dealing with, as opposed to what science and technology is dealing with, whilst you are dealing with the same capability, which is the air capability. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman is saying, oh, okay, he's waiting for the mic. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Advocate, yeah. I wanted to, the aviation industrial revolution as it stands, does it consider from the standpoint of the continental determined contribution? When we consider from land, we want to the national determined contribution, the considering moving from petrol, diesel to renewables, EV, electrical vehicles. But now, is the problems only on land, or does the AIR aviation industrial revolution, does it also check regards to the jet?
It's working. We can hear you.
Transition or the just
Oh.
Just
Yeah.
does it consider also, when we consider the jet, the just energy transition to the AIR aviation industrial revolution, also take into account the jet as we move here? Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Ma'am. There she is. Yeah.
I wish for I have a who spoke about the principles of spaceflight. One of the principles that you spoke about was peaceful, which of course is a highly contested principle. See that the big powers are exercising their power in outer space. I think it was about a year ago where Russia vetoed a resolution looking at the prohibition of nuclear weapons. So I just wanted to know, how does this, in practical terms, the militarization of outer space affect South Africa? And what is the National Space Agency position on
Okay. The next gentleman.
Thank you and good day. My question will be to the whole center panel. I don't have the exact data, but approximately, looking into our SA Airlines industry. Looking to our SA Airlines industry, it is clearly visible that the flagship of our country, which is SA Airways, is out of competition when it comes to other airliners such as Airlink and vice versa. We talk about the laws that were implemented a long time ago, but till this day, those laws have not been adhered to. So, what is SANSA's role, or what was its role by the time before SA Airlines went into liquidation 2019, and now, since it is recovering, And therefore, right now, African airlines aren't reliable enough, and people often choose foreign carriers. Given the fact that we are Africans, we don't work with words, we work with trust. So, what is SANSA's role in advising our government in order to implement their strategies on employment? Because remember that for even the same airline carriers that we want to use, remember, employment comes first, because I can't get on a plane while I don't work. So what is the actual census role playing in advising the government that there must be employment before we can go on those airlines, and the trust that we need to have for us as Africans to not use foreign airliners in order to use African airliners? Because it's easy for me to go on the online and look for a, let's say, search a travel route, and it's easier for me to identify that the first thing that will come up on that search section will be a foreign airliner compared to an African airliner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just read one question from the online viewers. The question is for Mr. Rees, and it goes, are all these initiatives by the African states assigned towards liberalization of airspace or towards liberalization of the aviation industry, especially traffic rights, ownership, enhancement of trade, etc.? I found that your sentiments have conflated single African air transport market, in brackets, traffic rights, ownership, trade, and market accessibility, and single African sky concept airspace management, or you argue that the two terms can be used interchangeably. So I will just give you each 5 minutes to respond. You can, there was a mic here. It is gone. Okay. Okay. The last question is the clarification between the single African air transport market and the single African sky concept. Are they both speaking to the same issues of traffic rights, ownership, or there is a difference? Yeah. So you can just, if you're comfortable from speaking from your seats, is fine. But if you want to stand, you are also welcome. I'll start with Advocate Lufuno, if you are ready.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Much appreciated. It's just unfortunate that I couldn't be able to present the whole presentation about SANSA. In fact, I was supposed to have come with the CEO of SANSA. So to share with you some of the projects which we have at SANSA. But it can be arranged on another date. With regard to the latest discourse on outer space and how it will also impact on the work of DCDT, remember we do work with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies in terms of our space project. We collaborate with them, even defense, in terms of space. You will know that issues of space also affect intelligence of the country. And also on the principles of on the 5 principles of space law is that we deal with the non-appropriation and freedom of use, wherein we give everybody for air travel that freedom. For peaceful purposes, so that there is peace We are aware of what is happening in Russia and all other countries globally. But the idea of space is to have that peaceful space activities. The state responsibility and liability, and also the cooperation. Remember, as a SANTA, we also operate globally. We have memorandum of understanding with many space agencies around the world, where we share what we do. Remember, space is a science. It's a science. Before you predict weather, the scientists give you that data. In terms of disaster, the science see the disaster before the disaster happened and advise for mitigation measures which must be done by our metropolitan municipalities or local municipalities or district municipalities. So there are a lot which I was supposed to present to you on space. It requires much of the time to deal with them, but we do have that relationship with DCDT. In fact, we do organize collaborations with them, where we work even with ICASA, which is the regulator of the telecommunications also. I've talked about the principles of space already, and also there was the question around the role of SANTA on the SAA business rescue processes and so on. Remember, we are not involved there as SANTA. We are the implementing agent of space activities. The regulator of civil aviation is South African Civil Aviation Authority. I think Mr. Koza was supposed to be here. He will have talked much about how they regulate that space. I do not want to even go there because it's not my area. But we deal with the space activities, not the regulation of the aviation and so on. Yeah, I think the other questions, my colleague here will talk to them from the legal and policy framework point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Can continue?
Yes.
Advocate, thank you very much for that question. Always asking the hard-hitting questions. And this is where we see it's necessary to have an interdisciplinary approach towards our problems, because it's very much a political sciences question in terms of the answer. Because from a legal perspective, on the basis of sovereignty and state sovereignty, no other state can interfere in the business of another state. So when we see our leaders and our delegations meeting at AU level, multilateral level, it's on each individual state to determine on what terms and on what basis they agree to these bilateral, multilateral agreements. So that's why it's important to start fostering and reigniting the discussion on a shared African vision. Because failure to identify that results in the fragmentation that we have on the continent. So even there, it's impossible, because then I'm only but a South African citizen. I then exercise my right as a citizen by voting, whether it be nationally, locally. And that is to say that I would like to bring up the argument on and the debate on political power and politicians needing to understand the decision making in terms of their constituencies and retaining their constituencies, especially in a time where we're seeing massive shifts on the continent where former liberation movements are losing ground. So these decisions that are made at state level are influenced by local and internal politics as well. So that's why there needs to be that overarching shared vision that everybody buys into in order for us to move forward. And until we get to that point, we will see the practice of signing and then ratification happening many years later. Then for the second question, your question should be directed at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, but I do work on that. And the Yamoussoukro decision itself has the concept of a designated airline. And that principle is that each state that signs the YD can then designate either one or multiple airlines to act on its behalf. So that in South Africa, it would then be Airlink, SAA, Fly Safair. In Kenya, it would be KQ, etc. So that notion is then there to protect intra-African airlines, because there's a threshold in terms of ownership that needs to be met for an airline to be considered a designated airline in terms of the Yamoussoukro decision. Failure to meet that threshold means that you are not able to partake then in the YD and the benefits that derive therefrom. We also have multiple times where airlines ownership gets called into question. They get taken to the council, so they need to answer, and then of course bring their stakeholders and ownership in line with that. The third question, I believe, was on sustainable aviation. This is a very, very difficult one, because when you understand environmental law and the environment itself, it's very clear that Africa has been the least polluter at a continental level compared to global counterparts. So the argument then is, how is it that we can have universal standards now that each continent must abide by, yet as Africa, we have been the continent that has polluted the least, and yet we still need to develop. And in order to develop, you need infrastructure, you need to build. So it's a very delicate balance between the Afrocentric position and the universal position, which of course is important, that we need to be considerate of the climate. So from an African perspective, it's that question of what comes first. I know one of the state leaders argued that you can't think of the environment when your people are hungry. And that's the challenge we face on the continent. So it's a difficult one. I'm not an expert in the matter, but I'm just shining a spotlight on where the heated discussions are taking place now. And then the final question was the clarification on SATAM and then the airspace. So they related, because SATAM is the integration and liberalization of the airspace through air travel. And then the African skies is the integration of travel, so your ATNS, so your network services that these airlines use. So when you go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, airlines, pilots themselves change codes to communicate with the various jurisdictions that they're in. So the latter is then that integration of the airspace through how airlines, pilots communicate. And the first one is then the overarching, broader one that includes the integration of airlines, resources at state level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank our panelists, Advocate Lufuno and Mr. Rees. Let's just give them a round of applause. We also want to thank you for being good audience, for participating in your own way. And everything that is good always has to come to an end. We want to conclude this session by indicating to you that South Africa is moving towards integrating regional frameworks into their national policies, and they are even implementing them. Thank you so much and enjoy the next session. I hand over to Prof. Doi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vengasai, for taking this leg of our flight. I have controls now. It's back to me. And I propose that we move to the next session and then we break for lunch thereafter. Because we like people to have a duty to declare the gifts that they get. We are supposed to be gifting you. The gifts are still on the way here. our Aerotropolis, the logistical component of our Aerotropolis still has to be a little bit fine-tuned. The gifts are on the way. You will be called to the stage so that we can have evidence for the Madlanga Commission that we gave you some gifts. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, let me do my reminder again. Our survey is still there, survey 1 and survey 2. Scan and fill it up, 8 minutes tops. We're able to produce new knowledge as the University of the Land. Thank you for that. But moving on to the next session, the session on entrepreneurship within Aerotropolis development, I would like to call upon Dr. Simangale Ntuli. Dr. Simangale Ntuli will be the moderator. She is the acting deputy director in the UNISA Gauteng region. She's passionate about research on issues related to student support. She currently serves in the Aerotropolis committee, the committee that brought this fantastic gathering today. And her passion comes from the fact that she is a citizen of lifelong learning in the quest to learn new things. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Simangale Ntuli. And before she takes the podium, let me just acknowledge that Mr. Koza from the SACAA could not be with us. However, he did send a representative to participate from the gallery. So we're covered. The regulator is in the house. The regulator is listening to everything that we're saying, and it will find its way into policy. Don't worry, we're safe. All right, there was a technical glitch there. We're supposed to move to, yes, session 2. It's the same session, entrepreneurship within the Aerotropolis development. However, the moderator is Dr. Tapiwa Muzata from Inhlanyelo Hub NPC.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dube. Thank you, colleagues, for the conversations that have been taking place. And we're trying to change gears now. We're not talking about regulation. We're not talking about all the difficult stuff. We are talking about entrepreneurship opportunities that exist in the context of Aerotropolis. And before I proceed, allow me to just stand on the protocols that have already been established and introduce the panelists that are going to be leading the conversations. And then from there, I will frame the conversations around entrepreneurship opportunities in the space that I've just mentioned. And I will then introduce myself. So up on the podium, we are going to have Mrs. Nhlanhla Radebe. She is from UNISA College of Economic and Management Sciences. Please come up and take up your space. Let's give her a hand of applause. And she is also joined with Mr. Yongama Skweyiya from UNISA's Directorate of Tech Transfer and Commercialization. Thank you. And then we have Mr. Tabiso Kutumela from TAGV Group. Please come up and take up your position. Thank you so much, panelists, for taking up the opportunity. You know, in entrepreneurship, nothing is rehearsed, right? You have to make a plan for you to make the money. So nothing is rehearsed, nothing. That's why you see no PowerPoints there, just ready to. You didn't know you had to prepare. I just came out. You see, that's entrepreneurship for you. So maybe just as a way of introduction, I will introduce myself quickly and Inhlanyelo Hub, and each of the panelists will introduce themselves, and they will have 5 minutes each to just cap and give us the conversation in the way it should just go. So I'm Tapiwa Mzata, Chief Operations Officer of Inhlanyelo Hub, which is an entrepreneurship hub that has been established by UNISA to assist UNISA students, alumni, staff members, as well as communities where UNISA has a presence. And within the hub, we are a small team of about 10 people with a CEO and project managers and admins that run the programs that are focused on venture creations by students. So everything that we do, our first starting point is to ask the question, what is in your hand? What is in your hand? So you've got a qualification, you have a skill that you have. How do we convert that into a business venture? That's why we exist. And I will just share with you maybe 4 of the programs that I believe fit into this Aerotropolis conversation that we are having. We have got the Drone Divas program, which, if you want to think about the conversation that we're talking about, we are talking of logistics, making use of drones. We are talking of, the actual repairing and manufacturing of drone components, as an example. The coding of drones as well is part of that. We also have fashion design, which is in the space of fashion and tourism. How do we link fashion with what's happening within the Aerotropolis zone? The third one is actually the creative media. How do we create digital exhibitions that can then allow them, creatives, to be able to participate in that Aerotropolis region? And the final one is just the deep tech, deep science, smart manufacturing. How do we open up opportunities for this to happen and to thrive within an Aerotropolis zone? So I won't bore you with the background, but as we are talking about this Aerotropolis, we're talking of business locations, economic development zones, we're talking of urban growth models. What opportunities exist for an entrepreneur who wants to take advantage of the focus that is now on this zone that we're talking about as a nucleus of economic development? So the issue really here is that there is an economic rationale which tries to use airports as magnets for global investments to come into that zone, right? And as we do that for big businesses, how do startups, how do entrepreneurs benefit out of it? How do we bring them in to economically, meaningfully to economically participate? We are not just talking about buying and selling a few things there. We want them to be part of the value add in that whole chain. How do we bring them in? The second aspect is around companies which are in logistics, in high-tech manufacturing, e-commerce, as well as tourism. How can they benefit? We know the just-in-time principle when it comes to inventory management. How do we allow these startups or entrepreneurs to participate in that process itself? And the final one, the final economic rationale I'll just share with us is to say, how does the Aerotropolis boost the regional competitiveness, the exports and job creation, right? Because when you have got 10, 20 startups that employ 1 person each, you've created 20 jobs. How then do we make them? How do we support them? And since we're talking of the regulation around it, how do we make the regulation more conducive for them to thrive? How do we allow that to happen in an environment like that? So the creation of the economic zones that provide benefits that are linked to long-term economic milestones. There's a case that I can share with us that I saw from Georgia, Atlanta. What they did was they opened up opportunities in these spaces, like in this case, the Aerotropolis, and they offer tax incentives and other incentives to the big corporations. But those are not given up front. You only get to exercise those benefits after a period of 5 years. So that at least guarantees that you will be in this zone for the 5 years, so that you don't have a hit and run kind of situation where a company comes in, sets up, benefit from all the benefits that the government has put in place, and the next thing they're retrenching and they're gone. So we need to be having mechanisms that allow us to have these benefits flowing to the local communities. So with that kind of framing that we are looking at, colleagues, that there is this model of Aerotropolis model, which represents a convergence of aviation, logistics, technology, and innovation ecosystems. How do we then determine, or how do we design a new geographic opportunity that anchors in entrepreneurship, that creates opportunities for those that are starting their business in those economic zones? And that is the conversations that we want to delve into. But allow me to then invite the panelists to firstly just briefly introduce themselves, and secondly, to tell us what opportunities exist for startups in this Aerotropolis zone that we're discussing this afternoon. So I'll start with you, Sarah. If you can just share from your side, and then from there we'll go to Square, and then we'll follow that process. You can take a mic, or you can...
Okay. Sure. Good morning, everyone. I heard Dr. Tapio saying Sarah, so it means that he knows me from somewhere. Because it's written Tlantla Khatebe, and now he's coming here and say, yes, Sarah. No, don't worry, we used to brainstorm together when we were talking about the Intlanyelwa hub, the importance of it. Mrs. Khatebe, I'm from the Department of Applied Management in the College of Economic and Management Sciences. I'm a lecturer in the entrepreneurship section. What I specialize in is family business management, as well as entrepreneurship theory and practice. So you better put on your caps in terms of thinking about how to tap into this Aerotropolis space now. I'm here to say to you, as you're sitting here, all of us, we are entrepreneurs. There's so many opportunities that this field is bringing to everyone, especially in the entrepreneurship sphere. There are so many opportunities that each and every one of you can tap into. We look at the agricultural innovation in the first place to say that if you are interested in becoming an agri-tech startup, this is an opportunity for you. Here we are talking about what? We are talking about vertical agriculture. We are not using soil here. It is soilless. Therefore, you can, yes, you can tap into it. They are using high power water and electricity in order to ensure that the plants are growing. There is no soil at all. I have seen that. There is this passionate friend of mine, although he is not in the agricultural space, but then when you visit his house, it's all about the vertical agriculture. Evergreen, no soil, just water and everything that is high powered. And in terms of these agri-tech startups, we can also look at the export-oriented agri-business, where now we are looking at all these opportunities of leveraging on the proximity. Because through the export and import, where are we now? We are here at the airport space. And as farmers, we are going to leverage on that to say, listen here, we don't even need a soil for us to be farming here. But then we are here to tap into high tech. So those are the things that you can look at. Not only that, we are talking about the smart farming solutions. And when we think about smart farming solutions, I think Dr. Tapiwa had touched on the use of the drones. When we use the drones, they are used in order to check the application of everything that is happening in the farming space. And we can also talk about the Internet of Things, and we can also talk about the technology. That is the first opportunity that you can tap into. Not only that, we also talk about the health and biotech. I think yesterday it was Ms. Mpisi from the Dube Trade Port who touched on the very important topic to say that if you go into our airports, especially here in South Africa, you won't even find a cinema where you want to relax. Yeah, and if, for instance, you have landed and you've got this terrible headache, or maybe you came down with the flu, the first thing that you are worried about, let them pick me up so that I can go home and see the doctor. You can leverage on that as an entrepreneur to say that let us have the clinics, let us have the health tourism next to the airport. Instead of people wanting to beat the traffic to go and see the doctors, but you as an entrepreneur here, this is a space for you to leverage on that. And we are also looking at advanced manufacturing and industry. When we look at robotics, we look at 3D printing. Those are the things that we need to think about to say, as an entrepreneur, what is it that I'm going to do here? I'm going to tap into the supply chain optimization here. Because it starts from who? It starts from the source until the end user. And that can be done near the airport. And I believe that the speakers who have already spoken before us, they said a lot about what? Law, regulation, and everything. Even if you become an entrepreneur, but then you need to be mindful of what now? The regulations and the laws that you need to adhere to. And another opportunity is technology and innovation hubs. Maybe we can brag a little bit to say that as UNISA, we have our innovation hub, which is in Tanyelo. But then we need that way in the airports. Because when we talk about the incubators, we say these are the programs that normally assist you as an entrepreneur, as a startup entrepreneur to do what now? They give you the office space, they give you the training that you need, they give you the resources that you need until you reach the advanced stage as an entrepreneur. And when we look at our accelerators, unfortunately, this one is a short-term program. It only assists you for 3 to 6 months. It's just a fixed-term program. After 6 months, you are on your own. But with the incubators, you know that the help and the support is there for you. So make use of the incubators. I think if you go to Fourways, there is an incubation hub there by, I think it's Riversend, by Riversend. Go to that if you want to start your business, if you want them to give you the resources and the training, you can leverage on that and you can become a very successful entrepreneur. And then we also have the development of the smart city solutions. I think yesterday they spoke about it a lot. And since 2020, this was on the pipeline to say that we need it for Pretoria. I think it's Pretoria East. And when you look at it, there's this particular developers. If you see Baldwin, what comes into your mind? Oh, they are taking up the space. They are doing everything. Already, yes, already they have taken on this initiative of the smart city. They are the ones who are running with it. I think it is there at Moykloof. They said by the end of this year or beginning of 2026, it should be up and running. So think about that to say that if I am to work in the Aerotropolis space, why am I also not tapping into the smart city operations? You are here, you can do it. So think about all the things that makes you an entrepreneur to say, how can I become successful at the end? Not only that, look at the AI-driven platforms whereby you do the planning in transport, making use of the AI. It's unfortunate that AI is taking over and we need to make use of it. Because if you don't make use of it, a lot of things will overtake you. We are not saying that use AI over and over like our students. When you give them anything, they just put it on the AI, put it on the AI. But then we say that make it work for you in a smart way. So look at all those AI-driven platforms for urban planning as well as transport coordination. There is an opportunity for you there. And then there is also the real estate and urban development opportunity as an entrepreneur, where I think one of the learners yesterday had a question about Cape Town. This is where this comes in to say that, we are looking at what? Lanseria. And when we are looking at Lanseria, what is it that comes to our mind? Mixed-use development. That is retail development. We are also looking at what? The commercial business sites next to the airport. So those are the things that you have to think about to say, there is an opportunity here for me as an entrepreneur, and I can tap into that. And then we have another skills that you can also leverage on, or our students can leverage on. Education and skills development. Here we are talking about what? All these training centers and the TVET centers. But then whatever that they are doing, it should be in line with the Aerotropolis. It shouldn't be something that they believe is needed, but it should be in line with what now? With the aerospace. The problem with the training centers and the TVETs is that they give you the qualification that they think is good for you. However, when we have to, or we are to tap into this space, we need to be in alignment with the courses that are relevant to this. And then we also have the universities and industry partnership for research and development as well as entrepreneurship. Takes us back to what now? Agenda 2063 again. I don't know whether I'll still be breathing. As he said, but anyway, God willing, probably I'll be the senior citizen by then. What is important with the Agenda 2063? They said that entrepreneurship should be taught at an early age. It should be taught at schools. It should be compulsory at higher learning institutions. That is what we need to look at, because if we are to teach theory and theory and theory, we are closing the opportunities for our learners to tap into the opportunities that are coming with the Aerotropolis. So those are the things that we need to look at. Another opportunity that you as an entrepreneur can also hop onto, it's your retail, your hospitality, as well as tourism. Isn't it interesting when you are there at the airport, you know, you can do your massage, you can do everything that you want. But then now, with the Aerotropolis, we are saying let us do it better in the sense that let us look at the duty-free taxes, luxury shopping. Because now I want to be an entrepreneur. And if I am an entrepreneur, I know that as soon as I start the business, what's going to happen? Regulation is there, tax is there. If I am to export and import, then it means that the customs duties are there. So let us look at the space in the sense that let us work on the duty-free taxes. Anything that's going to make us to make profit, that will be better. Let us look at hosting or having our own hotel and conference centers. Let us look at event management near the airports. I think when you look at our OR International, yes, they do have the Birchwood Hotel, they have the Sun International Hotel, but then let us look at the new spaces as well to say, is there any opportunity for us? First thing, when you go to King Shaka International, I'm telling you that Dube thing is so big, you cannot miss it. So why are we not also looking at our Lanseria airport to say, what is it that can be done in order to improve on this? And then environmental consulting as well as green certification services. That is something that you can do, especially when we look at the renewable energy as well as sustainability. Because that is important to say that let us make use of the solar, let us make use of the wind. You look at PE, they are blessed with the wind. So what does that mean? Renewable energy is possible in terms of doing what now? Tapping into the Aerotropolis stage. So these are the opportunities, not limited to this, but these are the opportunities that you can leverage on as an entrepreneur. I will leave this to other colleagues of mine. Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you're well. I'll try not to echo all that Usisara has indicated. My name is Yongama Skweya. I come from the Directorate for Innovation, Technology Transfer and Commercialization. We are an entity of the institution. We exist because of the IPR Act of 2010 that mandates that all intellectual property emanating from publicly financed research needs to be commercialized. So your taxpayers or your taxpayer rands need to find a way to come back to you. And an office like the DITTC exists. All institutions have them. UP, you have your office. Every single institution in South Africa has it. So our primary role is to be the custodian of intellectual property coming out of UNISA. This is to identify intellectual property. It is to protect the intellectual property, and further on is to help you commercialize the intellectual property that comes from your research. So we do this in various ways. We've got challenges, usually termed innovation challenges. We have these innovation challenges for students. We have it for support staff. We've got it for our researchers. And we've now implemented this year innovation challenge for alumni. These challenges come with the opportunity to present to us your idea, and on basis of innovation, we are able to support it financially as well as in-kind services that we offer as an office. So we exist to be an enabling partner for entrepreneurial activity within the institution, working in parallel with the Inhlanyelo Hub, but not on the areas that they work. So our areas is technology-based and high-tech based, because there needs to be a strong intellectual property component to it, because we are mandated by law to stick to our lane, and as such we try our very best to do so. So I reside in the Western Cape, and at the moment, about 35 kilometers from my house, they are starting to build a new airport. And it got me thinking coming up here, what will it mean, a new airport? It sits on the outskirts of Durbanville, next to a township called Fisantekraal. It is going to be an equivalent or something similar to Lanseria up here. And it's got great potential to be all that the people are claiming it will be. But if we look at the framework of what we are talking about in entrepreneurship around airports and delivery, it lacks the logistics hub that is required in order for it to be a success. Because it's yet another civil aviation project. People fly in, people fly out. We have that at Cape Town International. We need, in South Africa, logistics hubs where you can now fly in goods in and out. I don't know whether any of you do online purchases on Temu and other platforms. You can order there and the thing is with you within 5 days. Have you ever thought, how can something come out of China in 5 days? Yes, takes me 3 days, and they are here in South Africa with me. That's because they fly it out. About 70 kilometers outside of Wuhan, they've got an airport that is dedicated only to cargo. No humans, no transportation of civil things, it is cargo. They are a hub to move things. E-commerce, logistics, warehousing, all of that. That is the future that is required for us to make a dent in the civil and actually the national aviation within South Africa and into the continent. If we are going to talk about trade across the continent, if I am growing berries in Cape Town, my shelf life for my berries is not long. For you to enjoy them in I don't know, Abuja, I might need to fly them to you instead of doing the normal route around the Cape of Good Hope and all of those things. So these are the kind of things that we need to start looking at in terms of entrepreneurial opportunities, far beyond the ones that have been indicated by Sisara. Because if we do not take big swings, we're not going to have the opportunity to actually change the dynamic of our economies in South Africa as well as the rest of the continent. So some of the thoughts that I had as I came up is we need to look at education and skills development. Because we work with the institution, that's one of the basic areas that we have. This focuses on developing human capital needed for Aerotropolis specific industries like logistics, advanced manufacturing, tourism, and technology. We need to look at research, innovation, and commercialization, which is what we do in terms of the DITTC, where you need to commercialize some of the interesting IP that comes out of these opportunities. For instance, if you look at the development of drones, there is aeronautical engineering involved in that. There is mechanical engineering involved in that. So if you start developing your own drones, there's a lot of intellectual property that comes together in this one item that needs to be commercialized and put to the world. If you look at the DJI's agricultural drones, massive things that can take up to 100 kilograms in terms of weight, and they're able to service vast amounts of land in terms of pesticide spraying and things like that. That is what we need for farming in South Africa and the rest of the continent. That sits within the framework of institutions of higher learning, where we've got research, we've got engineers, we've got things like that to actually build these products. And as you have so rightfully said, maintaining them after the build of such things. We need to conduct targeted and applied research specifically to things that make sense for us as an institution, as a country. Years ago, Denel used to be one of the premier producers of aviation-related products, especially for war. They've not been so good of late, but there's a private company, I think it's called Moller. They've now developed unmanned UAV. It's about 5 meters long, incredible stealth thing that will rival any on the planet in terms of doing military work. So we've got these abilities within our country. We just need to harness this and make them a reality. If you look at the work that Sasol has done over the years in terms of extracting fuel from coal, we need similar things to have more bio or green, as you've so said, sir, energy or fuels to actually fuel a lot of these things. We have this in abundance. We can do this. We're just not putting everything together. I met a delightful gentleman this morning sitting at my table who studies BCom in logistics. And one of the most interesting thing about logistics is that we always assume it's one-sided. It is trucks or it is warehousing. But if you look at the whole thing, it's the system of interconnecting all of these things. Warehousing, last mile delivery, trucks, and everything else in between, together with packaging in order to get things across. So if we can get more skills around that, we can build small and large businesses that can do these things. One of the most successful businesses in logistics at the moment is called Parcel Ninja. They are the backbone of our e-commerce revolution within South Africa. 2 guys started this thing and they grew it. It can happen anywhere, and we have those capabilities as a people. I think I will stop there. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabiso Kutumela from TechVic Group, which is a transport business. Please don't confuse me with the soccer player. Historically, TechVic Group is a transport business and also a conglomerate which focuses on ICT and software. I wish to share with you that prior to COVID-19, 2018, we happened to have an opportunity to work within the airline space, and we provided service for the South African Airways. Unfortunately, when COVID-19 hit the country, we couldn't proceed with all the services that we were rendering with the SAA. But post to COVID-19, we also decided that we needed to rebuild our lives and move on with our operations. We happened to have an opportunity to identify one of the international companies called EHang from China that manufactures the AAVs, also known as autonomous aerial vehicles. We started negotiating in this project for the past 4 years with an intention to bring the project into South Africa. And fortunately enough, we had a buy-in from China to introduce the devices in South Africa. I wanted to play a video here through my leader here, or my moderator, that I can share to the audience in terms of what we are intending to bring in South Africa. We believe that this is a great innovation to introduce in the country. And the uniqueness of these AAVs, it's simply because these are called the passenger carrying vehicles. With me here, I brought one of the devices which was imported from China that I will display here on the table so that everyone can see it. I think as an entrepreneur, I'm calling upon everyone who is gathered here to join this mainstream of AAVs and the project. And during all the negotiations that we had, presenting the project and its possibilities in South Africa, we received a lot of buy-in from a number of stakeholders and support which are lobbying behind the project. I think this is the right moment for me to also say that as entrepreneurs, we just need to change the mindset that we've got. I just want to caution the entrepreneurs in our country that we definitely need to run away from the system of applying our mind in the tendering systems, and we also need to very much so run away from the comfort zones that we are in, but to be very much innovative in how we want to see our future. One of the, let me go back a bit, one of the things that I learned when I was working at the South African Airways was time. Time is of essence in that airline space. And I should also affirm that also in our daily lives and in our lives, time is very, very important. And should we not respect time, it will take us time to reach our destinations. In addition to what I am saying, I'm inviting several stakeholders and businesses and academics to join us in this new innovation. We are currently discussing a possible partnership with the Intlanyelo Hub, UNISA itself, in terms of the research phase regarding this project. We have a responsibility to visit EHang to ensure that these devices are really of importance and also will definitely benefit our country. And I do not wish that this responsibility, it must be solely taken by us, but I think it must be a delegation. It needs to be a group and a team of people who are going to be part of that dedication and to ensure that this type of innovation sustains our country and it happens on time. I'm a bit disappointed now that we are not joined by the CAA, and I see that we have the majority of the room. We've got the legal departments from UNISA. They should have summoned CAA to come here. I think this type of business that we are doing, I hear my colleagues here, they are mostly talking about the drones. And the CAA is holding the license in terms of allowing this type of business to fully function in South Africa. They are the people who should have been here to come and give us answers in terms of the regulations. So we might sit here, maybe have a productive discussion and engagement, but at the end of the day, without them, it's an incomplete discussion. And I think, Doctor and Prof, you need to make a follow-up. And they are sitting with a pile of applications, and I'm not even surprised as to why the pile of application is sitting with them. CAA is just a regulatory body, and they are not a research institution. They need to petition their responsibility and hand over some of their responsibility to UNISA. I think this is where we will definitely have progress, and we've been sitting with projects for the past 4 years, and as entrepreneurs who are actually embarking on this aerospace sector, it surely relies with the CAA. We will definitely do nothing without CAA. I might exclude other sectors of business, which we will definitely discuss that will be productive or contributing to this Aerotropolis concept. But mainly in terms of the aerospace, I feel this was just a productive engagement, but without CAA, it's sad, very, very sad. But I think as an introduction, as my moderator said, we need to introduce ourselves prior to a one-on-one engagement and question and answers. I would also feel that to say, I think this is the time for us to take this type of initiatives serious and make it better next year. We had prior to this session started, we had private discussions with some of the UNISA candidates, and we said we need to bring more business people into this type of initiative to see it prosper in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. I think your remarks seg well into where we are now getting into a question and answer type of situation. But just as a point of departure, I want to throw a question to all of us. I'll ask the panelists to give their take on it, but I'll also ask those that are experts in the aviation space and the laws and stuff. How can entrepreneurial innovations by startups and tech-driven enterprises be integrated into an Aerotropolis zone? how can entrepreneurial innovations and by startups and tech-driven enterprises be integrated into an Aerotropolis zone? So that's the question I want us to think about. So if there's anyone who can help us on ideas how we can integrate that so that it becomes enabling. But I'll put it to my panelists here. Any thoughts around that? What is it that can be done to integrate these startups into an Aerotropolis zone? Because quite often it's expensive to operate in that space. I mean, just think of renting a space within the airport, how much it will cost, right? So we can talk of a culinary tourism within that space, but if you're starting up, will you be able to afford the rent, right? So those are some of the challenges. So I don't know, my panelists, any takers on that one, or from the audience as well? You're part of the conversation. How can we get this integration going so that they can thrive in that environment? I think we have a microphone.
Right. So I think the question has 2 points to it. If you're looking at consumer-based businesses, let's say for instance, someone who's starting a restaurant, they would have to approach it differently than someone who's starting a logistics node, because they'll need the industrial side of the whole airport and facilities. So, you know, I think the first speaker, or the main speaker today, spoke about economic zones, much like the Dubai trade port. I think that remains the best possible opportunity of letting entrepreneurial endeavors and ventures into those zones, because it gives you certain tax advantages by being based there. So you have a desire to be there. It's going to be less cost prohibitive to be there. And it's an enabling environment for you when you are there. Interesting term that you coined, which is culinary experience. Never thought of it, you know. We spend so many hours at the airport. Why not have an area where you can have all the different types of cuisines that are of that country that you are at?
African ones for that.
Exactly, right? That's where I'm going with this. But I think that would be on the basis of having conversations with AXA to say this is a requirement that you need to have, given that you are an African aviation authority. We can't have Wimpies and only burgers everywhere that we go, in every airport that we go, without having our own wider culinary availabilities that are there.
Okay,
thank you.
Just next. Anyone from the audience, so that the mic can we get the mic to the two ends, just on this aspect? You can go ahead.
Just to add on what my colleague has said, we need to go the old-fashioned way. You can't do business as an individual. We just need to do away with the mindset of doing business as an individual. We need to collaborate. I think we will definitely achieve most of the businesses, especially this unique one that we are talking about right now. I might have some of the information, and my colleague might have certain expertise, and through collaboration we might succeed. There are quite a number of open land that is available in the country that can be utilized to do this type of business, and it's easy to acquire such land. Back in the days, business was done in a value chain. If you go to your agriculture, somebody has to have land and plant, and then somebody has to plow, and somebody has to do packaging, and somebody has to do the distribution, and so forth. So I strongly believe in collaboration, and if we can surely pray for that, we'll definitely achieve something.
So public-private partnerships, right, that enable and unlocks that opportunity for those. So let me go to that end, my far left. You are answering this question, right? Yeah. Okay. Now the mic from this side has moved. All right. Do you have? No, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Just referring to what the guy in the white t-shirt said about starting a business. I know there's a few aspects of starting a business that you need to know, like how much you earn in revenue and how much it takes to business. I know for some businesses, they don't always start up a good time. Because for some businesses, they started during COVID, which actually helped them, but then they started losing revenue over time when COVID ended.
Who is struggling? I don't know. Did you hear? Can you just repeat? I think the microphone is, could be batteries.
With regards to other businesses like in aviation,
yes,
but starting with an airline, you always have to have like planes and lots of customers to help with gaining revenue. I don't know if that's true or not.
I'm not getting it. Did anyone from the audience hear what the question is? Okay. All right. We'll just hand over the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so to answer your question, it's probably going to sound simple, but it really isn't. You have to marry knowledge. And there's actually multiple answers to this. You have to marry knowledge, that's one. Two, you have to realize that money is not the only capital. And when people talk about capital, they are so obsessed with money. People are capital. The most important, actually. I think I'm in the aerospace field, and I get out of a lot of trouble because I know a lot of people. And more often than not, the problems that I solve are expensive. But because I know someone whom I know someone whom I know someone, and this network is not just in South Africa, I can solve a problem that could take someone months in a day by a phone call. So you go out to events like these, you socialize, you ask questions, you're curious, even if you don't know, even if it's not your field, you build your social capital and you marry it. And what do I mean by marrying it? Relationships, you need to sustain relationships. You need to attend events. You need to respect the people who invite you to things. You also need to invite them to your house so they can see what you do, what you don't know. And you learn so much from that, and it stabilizes that human capital that you don't really need to start with money.
Yes.
You can start with knowing people. You don't even need to have a cent sometimes. I know a lady, she passed away. She ran her business, a successful one. And this was way before I got into business. I was way too young to understand what was happening. And now that I'm older and I'm part of this huge system, I understand what she was doing. She used to invite people to her home, and the business deals would be between, no exchange of money. I know this, I'm gonna give you this, you know that, you're gonna give me that, and that's where it ends with you and I. And I used to think, until I started to see that the money from an exchange of skills came from the customer. I give you my skills, you give me yours, we're done. The customer pays for the product. So sometimes shifting the way you see certain things, especially where business is related, could help you get the foot in, especially if you don't have specialized knowledge, like in aerospace. Sometimes it's that simple, marry knowledge.
So what I'm also hearing from your contribution is around introducing these startups into a network, a value chain, an ecosystem that is around the Aerotropolis. And as they talk to people, their ideas get to be validated, right? And once the idea is validated, then there's a market for the idea. Then you can then progress from there. For the interest of time, I'm just going to throw the questions. I'll start with the one that's from the online, and then we can then come to the audience here. So the first one is, I want to ask a question regarding pace of clearing goods at our ports with the speed of technological innovation in terms of transporting goods via new technologies like drones. Is the pace of clearing documents by a customs and exercise, which is SARS, keeping up with these developments? Any takers?
Oh wow, that's a difficult one. Because whether we like it or not, there will be customs duties that we need to pay for. And in terms of expediting that, I cannot say yes, they can be fast enough. It depends now on them, that side. So it would be saying something, saying something that giving false hope to people to say that they can expedite the tax clearance and all that. However, I think you mentioned something like your Temu, your Taobao, your Shein, if I'm not mistaken. When it comes to, you are the one who mentioned that. When it comes to the facilitation of the clearance, the tax clearance, I think a lot of women will agree with me here to say that Shein has already tried to do that. When you check out your card, already they include the customs duties in it. You no longer pay it afterwards. And also Taobao, they are also doing that. I'm not sure about Temu that much, but these two already, they are on board.
Okay, thank you. The second question, thank you for writing it down.
Seth, your question is, what is the best way to start your own business? Is that the one? That's also quite a difficult question. It has been proven that the best business to start is the one where there is a need. Because if there's a need, there is a higher propensity to pay for the alleviation of that need. So if you are able to identify somewhere or something that people need, and you are able to produce or deliver that thing at a price point that makes sense to them, you have the start of a business. This is all incredible theory, and we can go in depth with it with regards to how you actually go about having a prototype that people can accept and all of those things. But the basic foundation is you need to address needs. Fall in love with people's problems so you can find solutions for those problems, because they more than likely would pay for you to eradicate the problem that they have. All right? Cool.
Yeah, I would also just invite you to look out for the ideation program that is online at Inhlanyelo Hub. That will give you a lot of guidance around that. There's a whole methodology that you have to follow with it, and linking it up with a contribution. A lot of people come to us saying, I'm looking for capital. But when you start interrogating certain pillars in that idea that is looking for capital, you then realize they are falling way short. So there's a lot of steps that need to happen. But let me come to you. You've got
Yeah, I just wanted to say, another thing that counts when the best business to start is you having passion about what you want to start. Because if you don't have passion, it will fall flat. Unfortunately, if challenges come, then it's going to be a problem. Remember, when we talk entrepreneurship, we say that either it's a necessity entrepreneur or it's something that just motivates you. If it's a necessity, we know that there's nothing that you have except for you becoming an entrepreneur. But then passion plays a very important role.
Thank you. I wanted to talk to you there, because You are an entrepreneur. You've experienced some of these challenges which you were highlighting. Then my question is, how do we bring in township entrepreneurs to participate into the Aerotropolis zones that we're talking about? Any thoughts around that? Just briefly, because we're now running out of time, I want to take, I think I saw 3 questions. So just briefly, if you can address that, and then I'll start 1, 2, and 3, and we're wrapping it up. We're running out of time.
Yeah, all right. Originally, I'm also from a township. And, you know, the first thing, you gotta be crazy enough. You need to definitely be crazy. And the desire to do things, it's very, very important. You know, I think also something that will also affect us as township entrepreneurs, it's mainly ignorance. The information is out there, but on how we consume the information is very important. Participations in such events, you know, if you are a township boy or township girl, that's luxury to you. You feel that that's no space for you to enter. But I think we just need to do more regarding that and bring some comfort to our young brothers and sisters there who want to make it, and just bring that confidence, and I think we should be okay. We've got a number of young, intelligent guys out there. Let me speak about what we are doing, what we did. We said to Ehang from China, we are bringing your product to South Africa, but we are going to design our own software in South Africa, which myself and my team, we did it. And we are going to send back that software that must be utilized in China. So, I mean, it's a counterparty relationship. I bring your product, you take my product. I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we're going to take the last 3 hands at once so that we can manage time. I'll start with you, my good sir.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. So on my end, just to clarify to one of the panelists, I'm Tokyo Maluleke, an admitted attorney and compliance officer at the South African Civil Aviation Authority. So the Aviation Authority is present. With protocol observed, I'm not allowed to answer questions. However, I am noting and transmitting the message over. So on my end, I just want to raise a concern to say that I'm not hearing much on inclusivity and diversity, specifically to young people. How are we passing on the baton to the next generation? So if maybe the panelists can just share on that one, then in closing, just to confirm that, I'm sure colleagues, you've seen me running around earlier on. I was in receipt of a Shein order, which throughout the stages, it passed through airports and airlines. So it was one of the updates, receipt thereof in 8 days or so. So in terms of the logistics, especially as one of the panelists has indicated, that the innovative side of how goods are transported is actually done through a platform where goods run through a logistics only port and the transportation thereof. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to say that in response to what you're saying, in the past 2 years, we've run a program, the Drone Divas, and Civil Aviation has certified 40 female drone pilots at UNISA students. And about 18 of those are now having their license to do the beyond visual line of sight. And they are actually being incubated to run the business. So we're working with you indirectly. So they are there, inclusivity. We are in it as UNISA. We are participating and we're producing the products. My brother, just quickly, please. I'm running out of time. I don't want to.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. So yeah, us we wanted to understand, man, to identify, to fill the big gaps we identify, as we understand the airport has become the vulnerable key point whereby we find, could we suggest that the currency fluctuation that's currently taking place in the airport, does it open or does it have gaps, especially when we consider this new upcoming BRICS currency? Do small scale startups have opportunities in that regards, or should I now go to cellular network providers to suggest we build an app for payments for people to access to Allah, or I consult with the financial service providers, which maybe they will start to take a big stake of the plate. Thank you very much.
So you're talking of fintech,
Yeah,
within
fintech,
the
yes, stuff, yeah, yeah.
Aerotropolis
Yeah.
opportunities.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I think my panelists are hearing and listening. There's a hand here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kuduman, yesterday we had discussed about the community inclusion in great length, and I'm perturbed today to learn the fact that in your briefing you have not discussed on how the community could be incorporated into the business of smart airport city. Can you kindly touch base on it before you leave the stage, because it's very key and important.
Okay.
The second one is, in your words, you said we cannot do business as individual, and you further said we should run away from tendering system. So in your view, what will be the corrupt free alternative system to procure goods and services? Because that, of course, will minimize a lot of commission of inquiry in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you want to answer and address some of the question. Okay.
Thank you. Mine is a short question as well. It's related to the two questions in terms of how do we leverage new technologies to bring down the bottom line, but then also protect our population that is highly unemployed. So just that balance between leveraging new technologies while at the same time protecting our people. Thank you.
So there was a question there, I didn't capture it correctly, from the young gentleman there.
At the back.
Yes, at the back. Were you referring to the gap that is there to say currently when we look at our currency is fluctuating and all that, how can young startups leverage on that? There is an opportunity for you there, as you indicated, that you come up now with what? With the cashless payment, the app that will assist you as young startups to make it easier for you. So that is an opportunity as an entrepreneur and as a young startup to say that what can I do in order to assist all these young and upcoming startups. So it is an opportunity. Go have a look at how can we do better in order for this to benefit us.
You wanted to address the other one?
I think I didn't, this one.
Inclusivity.
I think they were specific for my colleague this side. You ask about the balancing, finding the balance while we are trying to leverage on exports and all that, but then thinking about what? Not to damage the environment. I think that's where now the regulation and the law comes in to say we are protecting the SMEs. There's so many laws that are there in order to protect the SMEs. I think my colleague indicated that there is information, it's just that we do not get this information. To say the government is assisting a lot in terms of the startups. They say actually South Africa is the best in terms of assisting the startups globally. So we get the assistance, but then the information is there. Let us go and check the information to say, how does the government assist us? How does the regulation assist us as the startups?
All right. I think in terms of the
Can I ask you just briefly? We are over time, so that
in terms of the community inclusion, Aerotropolis is a new concept. I believe that the framework is still yet to be developed and yet to be discussed collectively. But on my end, we are planning to do a national tour in terms of these very same innovation or devices. The project is sitting with the Minister, Barbara Chris, which she fully welcomed it. We will be off-taking it next year in 2026. I think the aim behind the tour, the national tour, we want to attend all 9 provinces, but starting with 4 provinces, Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga province. We want to focus in the tourism sectors, and we want each and every province to participate fully and take the project within their province. And in terms of the tenders, you can continue tendering if you want.
Okay, no, so allow me to close off with this. Really, the opportunities exist. We have one startup that started within Inklanyelo Hub, whereby the guy's company is called Backdrop. So if you have traveled, sometimes you need to check out of your hotel by 11 o'clock, but your flight is at what, 11 p.m. What do you do with your suitcases during the day? So he came up with an opportunity to be able to, he keeps custody of your bags, you meet your bags at the airport. And he developed an app around that concept. And we also have one drone pilot who came out of it, who is now running a company called EduDrone. And the idea is actually to train children about the drone technology and drone racing within that space of Aerotropolis. And she's creating opportunities. Right now she's looking for people to donate drones or to donate monies that she can then roll it out. So that's also part of the community involvement that she has targeted and she's using. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the panelists for their contributions. Thank you, Tawiso. Thank you, Yongama. Thank you, Sarah, for the opportunity and to share with us with your knowledge around entrepreneurship. And I want to say the vision of Aerotropolis invites us to imagine the airport not as a boundary, but as a bridge between innovation and incubation or inclusion, between local enterprises and global opportunities. It's you and me who are sitting in this room who can make it happen, either as the ones that are on the ground doing the work or as enablers. Which one are you? Each of us can choose and each of us can contribute. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I will ask my panelists to not take their seats, but to return to the podium. We want to ensure that the Madlanga Commission has contact. So we must give you some gifts. So, yes. Yeah. Mr. Lenting, please join us as well, because we could not continue with the gifting system earlier. Dr. Vambe, to the podium, please. Dr. Nadia, Dr. Ntuli, and where's my chairperson? Oh, yes. For a photo op and a gifting session. These are not corruption related, my good people. The Madlanga Commission cannot touch these ones. So don't worry, we will not make you trend. Yeah. All right, we'll do one photo. Photographers, I can't do the choreography. I have to be inside the photo. You let us know if we must squeeze in. Sorted. All right. Thank you so much, colleagues, for the wisdom that you've shared with us in today's session. All right, colleagues, we are at that point where we must nourish ourselves. It's been a long day up to now. We need to go and get some nibbles, but there is an order to it. And this is how the order will go. Please don't leave your table until you get your clearance. If you're not cleared to take off, don't take off. Stay on the table. Here's the order. Ushers will come to each table and will lead that table to either of the serving stations on the right and the left. Right. The first table that will be ushered that way is the table with the acting regional director over there, followed by the table that I was sitting in over here, and then the table with the sign language interpreters over there, and then thereafter the ushers will take all of us to different directions. But let us remember that because we love AI, we love 4IR, if this survey has not been filled, you might struggle to access the serving dishes there. Right. So please make sure that you have scanned the survey, both survey 1 and survey 2, and you've given us your inputs so that the chefing dish there will recognize you. You see, as you scan, it takes your picture. When you get there, it will scan your face recognition. It might refuse to give you the steak because you didn't fill in this survey. So please do fill in the survey, good people. Thank you very much.
All from so far across the floor now, baby. That's nothing new. I've watched you so many times before now, baby. I see that look in your eyes, and what it's telling me, and you know, ooh, girl, that I'm not shy. I'm glad you picked up on my telepathy now, baby. You know you did. I wanna shake you down. Well, well, I can give you all the loving you need. I'm gonna love you. Come on, let me take you down. Oh, baby, we'll go all the way to heaven. I've been missing you, and the way you make me feel inside. What can I do? I can tell you got your pride now, baby. Come to me, well, well. Let me ease your mind, oh, babe. I got the remedy, yes I do. Now give me just a little time. You're in my mind, girl, I wanna shake you down. I wanna rock you down. I can give you all the loving you need. I'm gonna love you. Come on, let me take you down. Well, well, we'll go all the way to heaven. Girl, I've been missing you. And you know, it's funny, every time I get to feeling this way, I wish I had you near me. I want to reach out and touch you. I can't stop thinking of the things we do, the way you call me baby when I'm holding you. I shake and I shiver when I know you're near. Then you whisper in my ear, oh baby, well, well.
This is Groove On with Sylvia. Now your radio is really turned on. Somebody, call me. Come on. I'm waiting for you. Ah, see my switchboard lighting up. I like that. I do for you tonight.
Well, do anything for love.
Way I used to feel, but she never comes. I'm searching, but there's no one that I'd care to talk about. And all the lovers in the world don't amount to much. It's what I really want. It's just one true love, and I'd give anything and everything to fall in love. Just this one time, I like to find what I'm dreaming of. Well, I could find someone to hold me, but that wouldn't be enough. But I'd give anything to fall myself, staring at the wall. I question it all. Will she ever come? Will she ever come? And I'd give anything and everything to fall in love. Just this one time, I'd like to find what I've been dreaming of. Well, I could find someone to hold me, but that wouldn't be enough.
Michelle. April, how you doing? I need you to trace the call on Sylvia's radio show. You want me to trace a call?
Have a fancy car, diamond rings. Girl, you know all good things come in time. Girl, you know I do just about anything. See you smile on your face. Don't let your friends go messing with your mind. Special kind, man, that is hard to find. Told you 1,000 times, baby, hold on to me. Oh, baby, hold on to me. Say I'm a special kind, man, that is hard to find. Told you 1,000 times, baby, hold on to me. Baby, hold on, girl, wasn't I there when he made you cry? And who was there to comfort you when he said bye 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 bye, baby? Girl, I give you my time. Here is my money, all of my money. Oh, you'll be so sorry, baby, if we were to ever part. And girl, you know that I would never hurt you. Oh, girl, you know something that I want to say, but the words sometimes get in the way. I just want to show my feelings for you. There's nothing that I'd rather do than spend every moment with you. I guess you should know you're so. You are my lady. You're everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. There's no way that I can resist your precious kiss. Girl, you've got me so hypnotized. Just say that you'll stay with me. You'll stay. 'Cause our love was meant to be. I promise to love you more each day. You are my lady, my love. You're everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. You are my lady, yeah, my love. You're everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. I love you. Shine, 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 shine. Let's make it last on to the end of time. You are my lady. Yes, you're my love. Everything I need and more. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. You are my lady, my love. You're everything I need. You are my lady. You're all I'm living for. What in hell the world? You are my lady. You're my girl.
This has got to be the saddest day of my life. I called you here today for a bit of bad news. I won't be able to see you anymore because of my obligations and the ties that you have. We've been meeting here every day. And since this is our last day together, I want to hold you just one more time. When you turn and walk away, Don't look back. I want to remember you just like this. Let's just kiss and say goodbye.
I had to meet you here today. There's just so many things to say. Please don't stop me till I'm through. This is something I hate to do. We've been meeting here so long. I guess what we done was wrong. Please, darling, don't you cry. Let's just kiss and say goodbye. Many months have passed us by. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. I can't lie. I'm gonna miss you. I've got ties, and so do you. I just think this is the thing to do. It's gonna hurt me, I can't lie. Maybe you meet another guy. Understand me, won't you try, 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 try. Let's just kiss and say goodbye. I'm gonna miss you, I can't lie. Understand me, won't you try? It's gonna hurt me, I can't lie. Take my handkerchief and wipe your eyes. Maybe you'll find another guy. Well, let's kiss and say goodbye, pretty baby. Please, don't you cry. Understand me, won't you try? Let's just kiss and say all the things that we've been through. You should understand me like I understand you. Now, baby, I know the difference between right and wrong. I ain't gonna do nothing to upset our happy home. Oh, don't get so excited when I come home a little late at night, 'cause we only act like children when we argue, fuss, and fight. Hey, hey. If you don't know want yours too. Just trust in me like I trust in you. As long as we've been together, that should be so easy to do. Just get yourself together, or we might as well say goodbye. What good is a love affair when we can't see eye to eye? Oh, if you don't know me, baby. Hey, 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 hey. got you thinking, and it's affecting you. What can I do, girl? So in love, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I don't wanna lose you. No, what would I do without your love? Baby, it's heaven sent from above. So you don't believe what your friends tell you about me. I'm still the man for you, and I'm still the man that's true, and I'm still the man who's lucky, and I'm still in love with you. It don't matter what your friends do, they're just jealous of me and you, and I'll always keep you happy, 'cause I'm still in love with you. I'm still in love. Time passes so fast, babe. I wish it would last, babe. 'Cause I know in my heart that my life ends and starts with you. Yeah. And baby, I know that this feeling I'm feeling just won't let me go. 'Cause you're the first true love I've ever known. So what would I do without your love? And baby, it's heaven sent from above. And I know that in my heart I'm the best for you. I'm still the man for you. And I'm still the man that's true. I'm still the man. I'm still the man. Oh, and I'm still in love with you. Don't matter what they say you do. Don't matter. It just don't matter. The only thing that matters is that I'm still in love with you. Oh, what can I do to right this wrong? I know that it makes me happy to be in love with you. So I'm still, hey baby, and I'm still still the man, baby. Still the man. Oh, yeah. You see, it don't matter. Just don't matter. Said it don't matter. Don't matter. I'll always. No one's done you like I love you.
On a perfect day, I know that I can count on you. That's not possible. Tell me, can you ever restore?
'Cause I need somebody who will stand by me through the good times and bad times. He would always be right there. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Tell me, baby, can you
love unconditional. I'm not asking just for you. Girl, to make it last, I'll do whatever needs to be done.
But I need somebody who'll stand by me. When it's touching, you won't run, she will always
I've been hoping, I've been looking for my day. Don't you ever think about leaving. This heart of mine would be grieving. Don't go. Stay, stay. Forever mine. Oh, we're one of a kind. Ooh, baby girl, I need what you need. You need what I need. We were made for each other. Ooh, oh, girl. Oh, baby, I wanna love you strong, make it good right down to the bone, to the bone. 'Cause it's you I'm thinking about pleasing, give you all the love you need and don't go. Stay, forever mine. 'Cause you and me, we get along just fine. Oh, baby, I got what you want. Good love. You got what I want. And we were made for each other. We've been around, and I had a lot of love, and I know you had a lot of loves too. But I ain't never had nobody that do the things you do. We go together well like the birds in the trees. I'd be in a world of trouble, girl, if you wasn't here with me. Stay forever mine. Oh, 'cause you're my kind. Ooh, baby, baby, baby girl, you know that I like what you like. You like what I like. We belong together. Ooh, baby.
So, what do you want to do? I'm here, baby. I'm ready, baby. I'm waiting on you. Believe me, I am patiently waiting on you. Yeah, there's something wrong with me. Every time I'm alone with you, you keep talking about you loving me. Hey, babe, your foreplay just blows my mind. So why don't we stop all the talking, girl? Why don't we stop wasting time? I've had my share of lovers, some say I'm damn good. And if you think you can turn me out, baby, I wish that you would. 'Cause you keep telling me this and telling me that. You say once I'm with you, I'll never go back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Aha, I still get responses, which means we are good. People people are not sleeping. I know it's called the graveyard shift. But yes, this is not going to be a graveyard shift. We'll be as vibrant as we were in the morning, because that's how we do it here in the Aerotropolis space. I know that those of you who didn't do the challenge could not eat. You can still do it now so that you can eat tomorrow. Survey 1 and survey 2. Let's produce knowledge. It's 8 minutes, that's all it's gonna take. And we'll have a survey and we can write those papers out of the responses. Colleagues, the next session will be chaired by Dr. Smangele Ntuli. I've already introduced her in the morning. She is the acting deputy director of the UNISA Gauteng region, the region that brought us this program, the Aerotropolis program. The session looks at innovation, technology, and digitalization, building smart Aerotropolis, and the fourth industrial. Topics include the fourth industrial revolution technologies, drone integration, artificial intelligence in aviation, and cybersecurity, and more. She will invite the speakers to the podium, but this is how they look like. We have Ms. Kudo Makubo. When they say dynamite comes in small packages, that is where the idiom comes from. It didn't exist until she existed. Dynamite comes in small packages. So if you see explosions, don't blame me, I've warned you. And then we have Justice Melman from the Aerospace 3D, who will also rile us and entertain us and guide us and help us learn a lot about that sector. Then we have my fellow captain here, Captain Mangezi, whom we work with closely on many platforms. He flies across the continent. He flies in Moscow. His base is Moscow most of the time when he's not on leave like he is now. But Dr. Ntuli will invite the panel members to the stage to deliver their talk to us. Over to you, Doc.
Indeed, Prof, we are joined by a very dynamic team. Somebody said that the future of this country is in good hands. I cannot agree with that person more, because we are going to call upon the young people. They are young in stature, but they are big in their brains. And we really appreciate you joining us. We are so honored even that Prof. Dube was able to bully one of them to come back from Moscow to join us and share the brilliance and the knowledge that he has. My question, the big question about these smart things, we are having smart. We have the robots right at the moment. We've got smart books. We've got smart petrol tanks. You know, are they not taking jobs, or are they enhancing the job market? They will also talk to that. Aerotropolis, what I've learned in this conference is that Aerotropolis is very much inclusive. Each and every one of us has a space where he can fit in. So, colleagues, help me to welcome on stage our 3 panelists who will be addressing the issue of innovation. I believe that some of them are innovating in the space, like Mr. Justice Melman, please ascend the stage. Ms. Kido Makubo from the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, that is CSIR. I first met her in the Flying Jurist in Daba, and I never slept after her presentation. And lastly, our one and only captain, Sipho Mangezi. Yeah, colleagues, let's just listen. And while you are listening, do not forget, we've got a prize. Eh? We have a prize for the person who will fill this in up until the end. Thank you. We are the university. We are in an industry that produces new knowledge. So if we cannot fill in this, we will be failing to produce new knowledge. I thank you. Over to you, colleagues.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you to UNISA, to all the organizers for having the symposium. I think it's very, very progressive. It is definitely something that we need to consider, especially after so long, with drone technology emerging as it is and all of that. My name is Justin Melman. I'm the director of a company called Aerospace 3D. The foundation of the company is drones, and there's an element of 3D printing, so aerospace and 3D makes sense. I personally have been in the drone space since 2013, and that was long before the regulations were in place. That was a very, very exciting time where, you know, there wasn't that much technology commercially available that we could apply for certain projects, with our first project being anti-rhino poaching in the Shuhlui and Falozi Game Reserve down in KZN. We ran that project for about 22 months, very successful, a lot of learning, hard times, and with my career and background in aviation prior to that on the private pilot's license side of things, it was actually very easy to transition my learning from the PPL side into the drone stuff and what is actually needed in terms of standard. That project, we went literally from zero to hero, and you know, where do you start with something new? And that is always in the beginning. And there will always be trial and error, and there will always be learning, and there will always be failures. Once you learn from the failures and why, you take the lessons from them, you can then advance yourself, and you can always improve. Later on down the line, 2015, the Civil Aviation Authority, as well as ICAO, your International Civil Aviation Organization, decided that there needed to be regulation for drones worldwide. So 1st of July 2015, we had our drone regulations rolled out by the CAA. Unfortunately, our project needed to stop with the anti-rhino poaching due to the regulatory compliances that we couldn't then follow, because licenses and approvals and all of that needed to be carried out. So long before there was the word pivot that we learned with COVID, we actually had to pivot the project, and it was my brainchild to start the world's first drone flight school that would issue licenses. Thank you. So that was actually very easy to do, because we had all the knowledge, the safety standards, the training standards, because we had a revolution or evolution of pilots that came through, learned with us, operated, and then moved on in other areas. So taking what we'd learned from industry, it was literally from industry, and we applied it. That then later on allowed me to, when I started Aerospace 3D in 2016, to be called on by the likes of defense contractors for the United States to go and train ex-drone pilots who were in the Air Force. A lot of the fun stuff that I get to do these days is work with militaries, police forces, gendarmeries, as well as in the private sector, to assist in operational implementation of projects, finding the right equipment, doing type-specific training, and then fitting everything within a regulatory framework as well. So everything is above board and legal, as well as implemented as best as possible, as quickly as possible. So with a project like an Aerotropolis, I will always harp on the training side of things. We have amazing bursary programs. We have a lot of upskilling. There are financial benefits for companies and businesses and organizations to upskill staff as well, which is excellent. One thing that we always have to remind ourselves of is whenever you join the aviation industry, it is always run on passion. You have to have a passion for it. It is difficult, it can be difficult, and for every 10 steps you take, you would have fallen over 30 times before that. So the steadfastness of your ideas, your morals, your ethics, and your project is what is going to carry you through. So having an excellent high-level discussion, knowing what forces can be brought together to create an Aerotropolis environment, and having all the different elements within it, you want the staff to be the best they can be. And that's where training and recurrency training always comes in. For the drone stuff, I am a qualified drone pilot, instructor. I'm one of very few flight examiners in the country that can actually issue or reissue a license every 24 months. Trained on safety management systems as well as project management. So that's my background. I work with many clientele, lots of different aspects. I mean, we had the discussion around the agricultural drones and crop spraying and things like that as well. I saw a client last week who sold 2,000 crop spraying drones in South Africa alone. And there are at least 4 or 5 different companies who have access to these systems. So while some of us might be new to these ideas and concepts and things like that surrounding drones, the technology is very, very advanced. And we are still learning somewhat how to incorporate it. You know, my father likes to say, the day that you stop learning is the day that you die. So technology will change. We do have AI. My thoughts on that is AI is absolutely fantastic when it's used correctly, but it is a terrible thing when people get nervous about AI taking their job. So a responsible social aspect to it is, how can we use tools without replacing human beings? There was a project during COVID where they thought it would be a fantastic idea to use the crop spraying drones to spray sanitizer in South Africa's taxi ranks to sanitize and keep people safe. Unfortunately, the equipment cost, the salaries of the pilots, and the accessibility to all the sites in a quick enough way was very socially irresponsible. You know, you're having a very small pool of people earning a salary and getting that money wheel to turn, as opposed to a far simpler idea of buying a spraying tank, giving it to a whole number of people, thousands of people, for the same price as what one of those drones would have cost. Giving the guys a salary per day, and at least people have the dignity of earning. They are able to provide, they're able to put food on the table, and COVID affected everybody, but when that money wheel stops, that is when you run into social problems. So using technology is, you have to. You can't stay behind. We can't remain 30 years behind in technology and development, but to evolve with the times in a very responsible social way is what I feel is the best way of looking at things. So with that being said, the Aerotropolis can create massive employment for people. Drones do have an insane and huge potential for an Aerotropolis project. You know, I'm kind of your guy that will figure out with you how best to implement, as well as to train up pilots and select the right pilots as well. You know, passion is what runs aviation, and you want your applicants and your staff to be the ones who have the passion to run the project properly. Thank you.
I know I'm short, so my apologies. But I need to make sure that everyone is awake. Is everyone awake? Before I even start anything, can I just stand on the protocol that was already observed? And I think the CAA is here. Before I get myself in trouble, I see you. You should say you saw me too. I would like to greet everyone in this room, and I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor to be around such established minds and researchers, well, fellow researchers. And I'm glad that my schedule was kind enough to me this time to let me come, because I think this is important. But before I even say anything, I am going to ask the room a couple of questions, because I think they're important. Is it too low? First and foremost, let's ask the first question. How many people in this room are actual engineers? Please show your hands. Why are you embarrassed of being engineers? Can I just see the engineers in the room? Only one. Okay, researchers? We're at a university institution, come on. I need to see hands. Be proud of what you are. Even behind you. Of course not. Policymakers. Any policymakers in the room? How could I forget you? Learners, students? Okay, pick one. You need to pick one. You need to fall under something. Learners, students, PhD, bachelor's, master's, doesn't matter, student. Civilians. Civilian? Okay. Next question. And this is important. What is research? And I'm going to pick any one of you guys because I don't know what you do. People were shy to say what they do. So, no, you're too intelligent for your own good. I remember you. I'm going to pick anyone from the crowd. Lady with the braids. Your name and the answer, please. What do you think research is? There's no wrong answer in this room, especially when I'm asking it. I am shorter than you, so be brave.
Hello, guys. My name is Oahe. From Northwest, I speak. Okay, how I what is research? Research is about collecting the information you found on all social medias, putting it together, trying to, I don't know, actually, gathering all the information you have to turn it into a research. That's what I understand. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to take it up? Sure, go at it. Also, you must tell me under which group you fall on. Are you a student, engineer, policymaker? Let's make this fun. Let's make this interesting.
My name is Seth. I'm a student, civilian, and referring to your question, what research is basically something that you do. If you need help with anything, you can always research the questions, or you have to look for answers online. I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, next question. Next question. I'm going to ask two, sorry, but you can answer the next one. What is innovation? To innovate. What is it to innovate something? Let's make it exciting. Come on. This is fun. Yes.
Good day. I think innovation is basically coming up with ideas that could that have really no, actually coming up with ideas. Not to say that have not been existing, but a way of improving ideas that have already been around, making it better, new, and I think relevant to the age that we're in.
Someone else. Let's try a researcher. What is to innovate? Sir, the mic is coming to you.
Thanks. I'm Mkwapane Charles Marakala, new doctor.
Okay.
Innovation is more in generating new source of knowledge.
Okay.
By looking for the old referencing. For an example, let's say we want to innovate a new aeroplane to fly to America within 30 seconds. Then the scientists must come with a new innovation to maybe that will apply to the engine of the aeroplane or anything, and come up with a model how people will be using those aeroplanes.
Yeah.
But no ideas, more in creating no ideas.
Okay. No, we need to wake up. Come on. We're not asleep now. Please clap hands. We're awake. Now I'm going to answer the two questions. Right. I'm definitely going to answer the two questions. Which one should I answer first? What is research? Right? Basically, research is you in your office looking at something and saying, what is that? What is that? New concept to you, new information to you, new problem to you. That question alone opens so many possibilities as to what that could be. To you, anyway. Think of it as like Schrodinger's cat. It's either dead or it's alive, right? So there's so many possibilities to one simple question, to one problem. And to innovate is to basically just say, maybe this is how I fix it. You don't know yet, you're trying something new. It might not work, and if it doesn't, that's more research. You can actually write a paper on why that didn't work. Try again, more research. Try again, more research. You succeed, I've innovated something. And sometimes we complicate simple things when we can go back to the basics. And I would know this. I live and breathe research. Always have, always will. So I'm part of the CSIR. I'm a research engineer there. My background is mechanical and mechatronics engineering. Right now I'm working with, well, let's just say everything in aerospace, including space. When I wake up, every single time, well, I don't have coffee anymore, but I used to wake up to a cup of coffee, look at things like, that is not me, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would wake up to a cup of coffee, and I would look at the problem, and the first thing I would say is, what is that? Because sometimes it's bigger than what it is, and you dissect it until you find either you can't solve it yet, or you can, after a couple of tries or one try. And that's the beauty of being a researcher. But now I'm in a space where we are building the future. We're no longer in the past. We're no longer looking at old technologies. Like people say, everyone is screaming AI, AI, And I'm actually going to ask this around the room. This is my last question as part of my introduction. What is AI? And I will take 3 answers. Sure, have at it. And I'm going to also pick from one of our elders. My apologies, they said I was young. Sir, over there. Yes. And our young lady over there in orange. So, what is AI? Try your best. There's no wrong or right answers.
So basically, AI, artificial intelligence, which can work with machines. Because AI, some machines are now powered by AI, which means AI could possibly take over like jobs in the near future. But I don't believe in that.
Well, what is AI? When you say AI is artificial intelligence, you're not answering the question now, are you? It's not a dig at you. I like your answer. Someone else. Lady in orange, what is AI? What do you think AI is? Humor us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was actually caught off guard. But I would say it is a tool that is it's a tool that,
It's okay.
It's a tool that is used as part of a technology that can replace or be used in a place of a human, and it is used in conjunction with the human intelligence rather than it being a standalone tool. So, for instance, you have and I'm gonna use some of the tools that we use here at UNISA. The Turnitin. Turnitin, it is an AI tool that is able to scan a document and check for similarities to ascertain whether the document is of original. So I would say it is a tool that is used, or a technology that is used to assist human beings in finding information.
Okay. Last answer.
Thank you. I think AI, obviously artificial intelligence, but I think it's an automation of a set of rules that we give it to do mundane tasks, but not ever replace creativity and imagination.
Thank you to everyone who has answered my question. And I'm going to ask the room again. Now, everyone. And this is serious, because if you don't understand this, go home and do your research. By show of hands, and be honest, who here knows what AI is? By actual show of hands. Noted, 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 noted. And now I'm going to ask my senior at CAA. Final answer. Do you think you can explain to us what AI is?
Well, AI is kind of an online platform where you can put your prompt, be it a research, you craft your question or you put your topic there. That's what we call a prompt. Then it gives you options to try and answer that prompt, provides probably sources as well. So when we're talking of AI, we're talking of that technology that helps you to do the research, but you actually direct it on how to do that research for you.
What if I were to tell you that everyone in this room is wrong?
sorry. For me, AI is those frequently asked questions that were compiled into a machine form, and because these are the questions that we've answered so many times, there's no need for us to invest in answering those questions. They will be in the machine. We will easily get those.
Can I just say something? I love my job. Sure, you know what? The more the merrier. Let's go. Let's see who can get it right. What is AI? We have time, Tom.
Hello. I believe AI is a predictive language modeling that basically is able to predict which word, which sentence will come next.
He's the only one who was close enough. Not quite there yet, but very close.
They say we must
I
try.
don't have enough time.
Oh.
So let's take one last, and I'm going to close it all.
Oh. Yeah, I think it's the AI, the super artificial intelligence, SAI. It comes in two parts. It's Elami, less artificial machine intelligence, and Mali, more artificial, less intelligent with the robots and the drones and stuff. And this other one is for ChatGPT. Thank you.
What if I were to tell you that every single person in this room is wrong? Then what? No, just answer me that, riddle me that. I don't have enough time. We're going to have a panel discussion, but what if I were to tell you? And I'm not even lying when I say that everyone's definition of AI in this room is wrong. But it's so normalized. Everyone knows the term. Everyone uses it. Oh, don't use AI. Oh, that's AI. Oh, this is AI. Oh, we should put AI here. What are you talking about? Define it. Show us. And it's so weird because we hear now in innovation, yes? Oh, we're going to have a panel discussion you can ask. It's part of the topic. I don't have enough time. I don't know, but we don't have enough time. You'll have time to ask questions. Let me just close off and then she will guide it. Oh. You'll make your statement of, I need to leave. We need to respect the MC. Are you sure? Okay.
Morning. My name is Siposen Kosi. I'm into finance, basically. I hear that people don't want my money. I don't know. Actually, what you are saying, AI, it's something actually that has been envisioned. It's not yet in that far come point or in that stage of that intelligent, because of their aim was to create something that can think like a human being or behave or do things like a human being in real time. But when you look at things, it's not yet there. For instance, when you're doing a prompt engineering in your AI, some of the results that come back, actually, they're not accurate, most of them. Yet, a human being can able to give you accurate information most of the time. When, for instance, if ever you're an engineer, and then I need the data in terms of planning or industrial area planning, you can able to give me those data.
Okay.
But AI sometimes can able to miss information because of it prompts in different sources, not giving the right answer in terms of that. So yeah, so
I love that.
yeah, AI is, we are not in that stage
I love
yet.
that, and I'm going to challenge it. Are you sure?
Oh. Yes, I'm 100% sure. Yes, actually.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
And there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
My point, the point I'm trying to make, this
Yes.
exercise
Yes.
is not to call anyone out.
Yes.
This exercise is for awareness.
Oh, okay.
Me coming-
Can I give you a question paper and then you prompt it into an AI?
You are confusing.
And then we check. Then we check the answers.
You are
Yeah.
confusing
Thank you.
Okay. We'll get to it. Thing is, the purpose of this exercise was to ask everyone in this room to reflect. You've heard this word, you've seen it, it's put everywhere. People want to implement it, people want to put it in things, people want to put it in machines, people want to use it, but what is it? And if you stop to ask people, I've come to realize that they don't know what it is. Really, they don't know what it is, but they want to implement it. And AI is bigger than ChatGPT. AI is bigger than your Google AI, whatever. It's massive. It's not a prompt that you put into a machine where an answer is spat out. It does predict, but it's more complex than that. That's why I say you are closer than everyone. AI, actually I'll get to it, because we're going to have this. I just like that everyone was involved and now everyone is aware. There is a section in the panel discussion where we talk about AI in Aerotropolis, but I like that everyone was engaged and now you're aware that this word, this buzzword, you don't actually know what it is. And as someone who is an expert, I can tell you that no one in this room knows what it is. And that is okay. So that was my introduction. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you are well. Thank you for having me. And a special thank you to my colleague, Captain Dube, Professor Dube, who's dragged me all the way from the other half of the world to come here today. I'm going to try and keep it short. I've been told I've got 5 minutes. So I'm a commercial pilot and I am a flight instructor. I've worked in different countries around the world. In the conversation about an Aerotropolis, I'm reminded of my time in DRC, Congo. I worked in a place called Goma and the surrounding Aerotropolis around Goma. I'll call them that because that's exactly what they are. So here's how this whole thing started. There's a village with minerals. And that's it. So now these minerals need to be mined and taken out of the village. So what the mine did is that they built a runway, a gravel runway, so that we could start flying into that space. And so when we started flying to that space, only to take the miners and then pick up the minerals, there are certain legs where we flew empty. And on those empty legs, we started picking up passengers and flying other things. And then the demand for a warehouse started. And then a demand for accommodation was there. Then a demand for an engineer, a demand for this and that and that. And so an Aerotropolis started to grow that way. Now, in the context of South Africa, we are far much more advanced than the DRC. However, there are certain challenges that we are facing that I wish to bring to your attention, and hopefully we will be able to address some of those challenges. So, I want to discuss the human capital, number one. You cannot have an Aerotropolis without the human resource. Now, from the pilot's perspective, I want to talk about the training. The aircraft manufacturer Boeing, the company that makes aeroplanes, has predicted that in the next 20 years, the world will need around 600,000 pilots, right? Other sources predict over 1 million pilots. That's the demand. That's what the world needs. And I'm happy to say this, that South Africa is at the forefront of pilot training. We produce the world's greatest pilots. I used to train them, and we've got the best schools in the whole world. However, there's a small problem. In South Africa, we train these pilots for ourselves and for the whole world. As soon as these pilots graduate, they go back to their countries and immediately they enter the job market and they fly for the airlines in their respective countries. In South Africa, however, as soon as these pilots graduate and they finish their training, the airline market in South Africa says that these people are not qualified. So there's a gap, right? There's a gap between qualifying and meeting the requirements for the airline. And this is existing mainly in South Africa. I've trained students who graduated and went to their countries and they were flying Boeings and Airbuses and big aeroplanes. And the airlines here in South Africa said that I didn't qualify. Yet I'm the one training these people. And this is the reality for me and many other flight instructors in South Africa. So what do we do? As a result, we've got pilots who are working as waiters with the qualification. The same qualification that is celebrated everywhere else in the world. South Africa is saying, before you can fly for us, you must have, the airline is saying you must have experience worth 1,500 hours, which takes maybe 2 years, 2 to 3 years to get realistically. And on top of that, they further go on to say in those hours, they're so specific. They say that in those hours, you must have flown a multi-engine aircraft. This one must have a turbine engine. You must have flown at night. You must have flown in the rain. You must have that. And you find that at the end of the day, to meet these requirements, it's almost impossible. All right? So that's problem number one. We need to find a gap between qualifying and meeting the requirements for the airline. Maybe the airlines need to be present in the next discussion. So that's problem number one. So for the Aerotropolis to thrive and function, you need the pilots. Okay, that's point number one. Point number two that I want us to discuss is safety, efficiency, and the environmental stewardship, right? So I'm happy to say that in South Africa, we have the highest, one of the world's highest safety records, which is good. Yeah, you can clap for the South African pilots. Thank you. Okay, so safety is good, we are safe. However, when it comes to the environment and the architecture, the other speakers spoke about architect and they were referring to the buildings and the roads surrounding the airport and the Aerotropolis. However, from the pilot's perspective, there is another infrastructure I want us to look into, and that is the infrastructure at the airport. Those are your VORs, your ILS, and all the other instruments that the pilot relies on in bad weather conditions. In South Africa right now, we've got the infrastructure. However, it has been allowed to deteriorate. It has not been maintained for a long time. I don't know why. I will not say who's responsible for that. I won't point any fingers. All right, I don't want to get political. I am not a politician. But there's a leadership problem happening in South Africa. To put it in a layman's perspective so that everybody understands what I'm saying. For an aircraft to land at an airport, the pilot needs to have a visual reference. In other words, he has to see the runway. He or she has to see the runway, all right? Which is okay in the day, in good weather, no problem. However, what happens when the weather is bad and you cannot see? You risk flying into terrain. So over the years, technology has advanced and we've got instruments that allow us to fly in bad weather like that. They are very accurate and they guide the pilot to fly the aircraft all the way to the ground. However, in South Africa, those infrastructure have not been maintained. As a result, the integrity and the accuracy cannot be assured. What does this mean for the passengers? It means, I don't know if you guys remember, a couple of months ago, East London Airport was closed. People would be flying to East London and then the plane is about to land, it can't land, it must go back to Joburg, and people are stranded. And they blame the weather. Yes, the weather is there. Yes, the weather happens all over the world. But if the infrastructure was maintained, we wouldn't be having these problems. That is the same, that's East London, in George, in fact, all over South Africa. So where are the trained people to maintain this infrastructure? Why have we allowed it to deteriorate to the point that air travel has to be halted? So if we want to talk about growing in Aerotropolis, these are some of the things we need to address as well. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to expedite. The other thing I want to talk about is retaining the talent in South Africa. And I'll start by myself. I'm a commercial pilot, I'm a flight instructor. I don't work in South Africa. A few months ago, one of the big airlines in South Africa, I think it's the biggest low-cost carrier in South Africa. I don't want to mention the name, but you guys will all know what I'm talking about. The pilots were protesting. They had a protest. They stopped flying because they were not being paid enough. Or, by the way, pilots earn a decent amount of money, but still, there's a but. So these pilots were protesting, they are not being paid enough, and they were complaining about this and that and that and that. Shortly after that, Emirates, I can mention them without getting in trouble. Emirates, immediately after that, they came to South Africa, they had a recruitment drive, and they've recruited almost more than half of the pilots in that airline. As a result now, South Africa has got a shortage of pilots. All the airlines, all of them are short of pilots right now in South Africa. We are training the best. We pride ourselves to say we're the best in the world. We're training world standard pilots, right? But we are short of pilots. So what are we doing? Why are we losing our pilots? And this is the same for the engineers. It's the same for many other, yeah. So if you want to grow in Aerotropolis, let's also look at retaining the talent you already have. Okay, I'm going to make my last point in the interest of time. Okay, I have 2 minutes left. I've got so much to say, but I'm going to try and expedite in the interest of time. The other thing I want us to look at is the policy contributions and the policy makers. If you want to make profit, there should be a balance. If you have too much red tape and too much policy, then you are limited in how much profit you can make. Because in order for you to fly, the law says, no, you can't do this because of that. No, you can't do this. It limits your operational capacity. But at the same time, if you relax the laws too much, then it's a safety concern, right? So we need to find a balance between the two. Right now, I feel that the policy makers are making policies, and the policies are made by people that do not necessarily have the experience on the ground. I pray that Professor Dube, who's also a captain, Prof, please wave. Just wave for the people. That's Professor Dube. Yeah, please put your hands for Professor Dube. Professor Dube is a legal person. You all know him in UNISA. He is acting director for the law faculty, and he's a pilot. These are the type of people we need to make policies because they've got the experience of flying. They know how to make a policy that is still within the safe requirements, but also allows for for us to operate. So operational efficiency. That's what's needed. And also recently, a law was passed that grounds aeroplanes. That 12 years. It was a 12-year ban. So essentially what it is that if you've got your aircraft for more than 12 years, in that time, you need to do an engine overhaul, right? So, okay, nothing wrong with that. You know, it's safe, it's good. However, the problem with some of the older aeroplanes is that to do an overhaul for an aircraft that is that old costs more than the value of the aircraft. So what do you do then? Do you do the overhaul? Do you write your aircraft off? as a result of this policy, more than 70% of the aeroplanes in South Africa in general aviation have been grounded. Now we can no longer train pilots. The industry is suffering, the business is suffering, airports, not airports, let me say Aerotropolis around Vanderboom Airport, Lanseria, Springs, there's quite a lot. Those are relying on the general aviation sector, the charters. Now 70% of that has been affected because of a policy that says that if you have your aircraft for more than 12 years, you must do an engine overhaul. Now, the law has always been there. But in the past, the law was this. They would assess each aircraft individually. So they would look at the aircraft and say, okay, this one, you have it for 12 years, but in that 12 years, you've only flown it 10 times. The engine is still good. You don't really need to do the overhaul. No problem. But now there are policymakers who do not understand, who do not have experience, practical experience on the ground, who make policies like this. Now, everybody, even if you have an aircraft, you've only flown it once. If the time comes, that aircraft has to be overhauled. The engine has to be overhauled. So things like this are crippling the Aerotropolis. I'm told I'm out of time. There's so much I want us to discuss. There's a lot. But there'll be question and answer sessions, and I will leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. What an interesting information that was shared here from our panelists. And I have noted one thing with the three of you. You are very much passionate about what you are talking about. And it's really educating us. But what I like about you, Malman, you indicated one thing of which I also believe in that we should not be afraid to make mistakes because we learn from them. You do not need to be a perfectionist. Just lay yourself and give a positive attitude, and from it you will learn. But I'm interested in what you said about your training for drone pilots. I'm now going to market UNISA. We have students who are doing work integrated learning, and those students cannot finish and qualify and graduate because of that gap. I am looking forward that this marriage will go and sign in at whether it's the court or whether here is in the traditional court, but we make sure that we sign that marriage and then we send our students so that you can give them the skills that they need.
So long as the lobola is not too high, please.
And then, as for Kido, why did you take us to school? Miss Makubo is now taking us to school, but that was very interesting. And the questions, the answers that we could hear from the floor, you could see that people know, but they cannot define it, because we define a concept differently and we understand them differently. So thank you for that. And lastly, about Kido's presentation, every day we actually do research. Are you aware of that? Every day we do research. Now I'm thinking about going home. By the way, what am I going to cook? I must cook. That is my topic. How am I going to cook it? Who is going to cook it? And what resources will I need? That's research. Simple as that. So I hope I'll get 100%. And lastly, with you, Captain, I must say that thank you for giving us that knowledge. It's very scientific. We are just starting, but we will fly with you. One day I'll be next to you driving that aeroplane to Moscow. I was telling Prof that in my next life, I am going to do aviation studies. You see how young am I? I'm definitely going to do it. So with that said, colleagues, thank you very much. Before I even give them questions, let's give them a big round of applause. And in our midst, colleagues, we have our Deputy Registrar, Miss Liana Hubert. You are welcome, ma'am. Can she stand up and see how beautiful she is? This is our Deputy Registrar. Welcome. So she is here to grace this occasion, and she will be speaking towards the end of this symposium. But for now, I'm going to take the first round of questions, and it will be 3 here physically and 1 online. Thank you very much. Please, Victor. Yes, you can start with advocate.
Thank you very much. Because I was robbed of answering that, so I'm going to mine. Let me start with my veteran. He's my veteran. My veteran. Prof knows my passion with drones. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy them. But I would want you to talk about, as you are dealing with drones, can I be very rough and say, how many drones are we having that are manufactured in South Africa? The ones that from South Africa, the Nandi drone, do we have them? And secondly, if we have them, are they configured to fit our own attribute mapping as Africans? There's a reason I'm asking this. You spoke about the legislation. Fair and good, we have the legislation. But how does this legislation ensures that Prof's farm in Limpopo is not vulneralized by a drone of someone who decided to get a drone for joy, and she discovers that she has a mine, and he's not from here. He's going to use that drone to fly over Prof's farm into that mine because he does not want to employ a South African. He wants to use a drone for safety and security. My amen. In the military, that's who we call you, Captain. We call you amen. The same issue you are raising is the one that was paining me at DP back in the Defense Force. Because every moment I'm in the Defense Force, Prof, I must deal with my pilots that don't have sufficient flying hours because the capabilities are docked. You heard me. They are not grounded, they are docked. The question I have, General, you are General now. How do we deal with this docking of capabilities? My first question was civil military, and there was a reason. Because there's a lot of military airmen that have moved into the civilian space. The reason being the docking of capabilities so they don't have flying hours. But you are telling us today that within the civilian world, also we are being docked. So my question is, Prof, why do you allow this docking? Because you could actually call all of us, we do a review, or we call for an evaluation of the impact of everything that is happening in the space. And what does this do to a young child? I have a son of my own cousin. He went to do, in your environment, to do the course, but he's at home now. How do we deal with this, Prof? Not him, you, because you are a lawyer now.
Short and to the point, colleagues.
I have two questions. Ms. Makubo, I was just hoping because can you hear me? Because you came from SAR, I was hoping to hear a little bit about what aspects of the aviation industry in terms of products, like creation of products, or different components and things like that, are we kind of setting the standard for or globally competitive in as South Africa? And especially because you said you're an engineer, so I'm just wondering, you know, for engineers that are coming up, you know, where are those opportunities in terms of engineering, like manufacturing and things? And then for Captain, is it Mangezi? I don't know if you were here when Reese Lenting, panel with Reese Lenting, we were talking about the single air traffic market. And then also earlier today, we had the keynote speaker talking about, you know, the aviation sector in Africa, how fragmented it is, how it's actually dominated by overseas airlines, things like that. So what I understand from Reese is that we're trying to move towards greater integration within Africa. So I just wanted to get a pilot's perspective in terms of flying in. I assume that you have flown between different destinations in Africa. Where are the gaps from a pilot's perspective in terms of actually improving aviation in Africa? So much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And once again, greetings everyone. No, I like what the latter speaker here was speaking about in terms of the military. You know, it's one of the questions that, you know, I wanted to raise with the aerospace reading. That, you know, I heard that when you were speaking about the safety of the civilian, and recently I heard that you were speaking about the DRC, where we know that our military have failed, by the way. So my question is that actually, should the war erupt here in our country, is our military capable of defending the civilian of South Africa? Because I know in terms of the air support, we are lacking very much. We know that South Africa, I think, have over 100 aircraft, but not more than 10 aircraft are in operation. Then you want to tell us about the safety. How are you going to defend us? And what are the measures that do you put in place to make sure that we know that, you know, the likes of, we have the likes of Dinel, Milcor, the likes of Amscor. You know, I'm glad that Milcor was actually have launched one of the largest drone in Africa, which was launched last year here in Waterloo. You know, I was also part of that program. And South Africa, I can say, in terms of the attack helicopters, we know that, especially in Dinel, okay, actually I wanted to raise, but let me just be short. What are the measures that you put in place? Because we know that actually we do like engineering to do what, to service our aircraft. Let me just pause it because I see that I'm taking time. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you very much for being so alert. And
Okay.
then the question, it's not a question actually, it's an answer that you asked Kido about the AI. It's online. Tulani says, AI is the ability of computer to mimic human intelligence through generating answers in a form of images, text, sound, and features that resemble animal. Thank you. You can now, can I have a mic? You can now answer, we only said three colleagues, ne? And I will respectfully request that just go online and type your answers, and my fellow panelists will respond from there. Can I request you to respond?
Okay, first responses to advocates' questions. There's a very limited South African manufacturing capability of drones currently. One of the largest issues around that is it's very much a privatized industry. And the creators are very reliant on their own capital, which might not always be so forthcoming in order to fund projects like that. That being said, I mean, you've got your manufacturing powerhouses like China. You've got the brand, I mean, surely everyone has heard of DJI. And when you talk about drones, everyone thinks of a DJI drone. There are tens of thousands of different models of drone in the world. You know, drones were used in World War I. Who knew that? Okay, so very, very few people do know that. So we've had drones for more than a century. The ability for us to manufacture in South Africa, you look at our previous Denels and Atlas and things like that, we do have the know-how. South Africans, I mean, my fellow panelists have said, we are one of the greatest, or we could be one of the greatest in the world again, because we surely were many years ago. Politics aside completely, what the brain power that we had in South Africa was astounding. It was world renowned. We do still have that. We do still have highly intelligent people that are passionate about getting into the industry and taking it further. We can do it. The problem is capital. Going to the Air Force and the issues and you know, failures and things like that, maybe personal opinion, maybe everyone agrees or not, but if we stop having money misplaced in the incorrect areas, we will have more money to fund the correct projects and things, and that goes back to the manufacturing capability in South Africa and keeping the industry running.
Can I just extend on what my panelists said, my fellow panelists? We do have the manufacturing capabilities for drones. It's not, I don't know why it's not public knowledge, and I feel like it should be. There should be more awareness towards that. I feel like, you know, in programs like the AAD, we don't showcase such capabilities. The problem now is that we don't have our own drone systems. And there are a couple of startups. I think there's a couple that I've seen in the Western Cape. Some are trying it out within Gauteng. And at the moment, I'm actually coordinating some of them. Well, not the network, because I do work with drones. I work in drone research, and we do manufacturing, and yeah, all of that. It's just not well known, and I don't like the fact that it's not well known. You know, with the CSIR, we had a drone capability, and then it died down. I think it was a COVID thing, and unfortunately, we lost most of that capability with the talent that had to leave because of COVID. And now we're working on retaining that capability. We're doing a whole lot of research on aerodynamics, research on proper components that should fit on a drone, power, studies. there's a lot that we're doing at the moment so that we can revive that lost capability, but not in the sense of what used to be, but what it's going to be in the future. I think the last time I was in Santon, I talked about the hydrogen propulsion UAV, which was successful. Actually, two of my papers are going to be published about it now. I got confirmation just yesterday. And we're making progress. It might be slow because funding is also an issue. Awareness is also an issue. And, you know, with drone technology, people are looking at China, they're looking at Russia, they're looking at Ukraine, they're looking at all the other systems that are outside, and they're thinking we're replicating. You don't have to replicate, you can make your own. And right now, definitely right now what we're researching, we're doing our own thing, and we're putting our own research and saying, hey, within the drone space, this is what we're doing. I mean, within my own personal capacity, I'm not speaking on the behalf of the CSR here. You know, it was so easy to build, for instance, one of my recent passion projects was an AI drone. It's a self-flying drone. This was me, curious, you're building it, it's doing whatever it's supposed to do, and from that I get data, I get research. You kind of find out what can be done, what can't be done. What you did, is it functional? Can you put it within the airspace? Can you show it to people? Or is it going to be, so we do have those capabilities, they're just not out there, and it's unfortunate. But to answer your question as well, CSR, where I come from the ACES department, the aerospace division. We work with aerospace systems. Think your aircrafts, drones, and now because it's aerospace, we are focusing on to the next projects. We're looking into space. We're hosting, every year we host the National Space Conference, and yeah, we're doing a lot. So we do have, if I'm talking about CSR in general, CSR is massive. CSR is big. I don't think people realize how big CSR is. We do everything because our function is to support the state. And all the other companies within the South African state, we are supposed to help people create capability for the betterment of South Africa. So you're going to have your chemical engineering people, you're going to have your manufacturing people, you're going to have, you know, aerospace people, you're going to have radio. We have power computing up there in Cape Town. You have marine sciences, marine engineering in Stellenbosch. And when we focus, because, you know, aerospace, we have the wind tunnel. We have the largest, actually, subsonic wind tunnel in the southern hemisphere, and people don't know this. And people come to us because we're competing with giants, and people still come to us. We are the ones, and this is something South Africa should be proud of, and I don't think South Africans know this. You know the Khan, the fighter jet, the Khan. You know that was certified in South Africa. And people don't know this. I was part of the team that was certifying the Khan. I wasn't sleeping, because you can't sleep. The wind tunnel runs 24/7. When it starts, it can't stop. They came in, we did the certification, and the whole reason why they were flying was because of us. Oh. So tell me now, you know, if you think we still don't have the capabilities.
The first question was for the General, Professor Dube. But I will attempt to give a short answer. Me and Professor Dube have been working together in some of these projects, so some of the answers will be similar. All right. So the question you had about these pilots who are at home who are not meeting the job requirement, one of the solutions that we had in the country, and it breaks my heart to say this because I was affected. I started flying 15 years ago, and that time there was an airline called SA Express. Makes me angry just thinking about it. When I did my training, I knew I would finish school, go work for SA Express, because SA Express was taking pilots fresh from school, and after 2 years of working for SA Express, you would then meet the requirements for SAA. The program was going very well. But due to a leadership the problem, if I'll call it that, the airline was ran to the ground. SA Express doesn't exist today. Pilots are stuck. SA Express is no longer there. So what's happening now is this, there's an organization called TITA, Transport Education Training Authority. What they've done is this, they've spoken to an airline, I won't mention the name, an airline here in South Africa, and they've made a deal to say we're going to take these pilots, we're going to pay for their training, and once they qualify, we're going to pay them to do a rating on your Boeing or Airbus or whatever aircraft that you are operating. And then we will require you to hire these people. If you don't want, we'll go as far as paying their salaries. We just want you to hire them. Don't pay them a cent. We'll pay them. So that's how bad things have come. You know? But even if it doesn't happen now, with all the pilots, the experienced, the qualified, experienced pilots who are leaving the country, the airlines have no choice but to go and take the low experience, groom them, train them. That's what is going to happen. 1 minute, I see. We are running out of time. The second question was from the lady at the back about the gaps in the African market. I have not done a feasibility study. I have not studied what the demand is. But what I've seen in places like Malawi, for instance, I worked in Malawi for 2 years. Malawi's got the main airport in the capital city, Lilongwe. It's called Kamuzu International Airport. And then there's another one called Chileka in Blantyre, right? Those are the only 2 airports that an airline flies to, and it's Malawian Airlines. It flies from Lilongwe to Blantyre and then to South Africa. That's it. The rest of Malawi, you must take a bus or whatever, a taxi. So the domestic market in most countries in South Africa is very weak. We are blessed in South Africa. You can fly from Joburg to Cape Town, Durban, East London, PE. The domestic market is strong. But for the rest of Africa, it's very weak. Even if the domestic market were to boom, the affordability, I don't know if there are people who would afford it. I haven't done that study yet, but I think, don't quote me on this, I think the problem is affordability, the infrastructure. The airports in these countries are very bad. And so that's what I think is slowing down the growth of the aviation development in the rest of Africa. I did not get the last question from the gentleman at the back. I couldn't get the question.
Okay, Ntate, can just in short that question. Repeat it in short.
Thank you again. My question was that what are the measures are you putting in place to ensure that we have enough and capable engineering to restore those aircraft that are just sitting there doing nothing? Because as I mentioned that we have over 100 aircraft, but we have less than 10 aircraft that are in operation.
Thank you.
Okay, so to answer that question very quickly, very briefly, one of the things we're doing is a dialogue like what we're having right now. So a huge thank you to the organizers. The learning institution will need to hear from us what the problems are on the ground so that they can produce the necessary skills. So it starts by having a dialogue like what we're having today, the research. Yes?
Thank you, my colleagues. Can you give them a big round of applause? As we were having this dialogue, I think I have a list of 10 research topics that can come out of this symposium. So it's the research all the way. We are about solving problems, and when we speak as institutions of higher learning, our government must listen because we are the producers of knowledge. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this session. May I request our program director to come on stage and direct. Mina, I was moderating, and let him come and direct. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have heard from Africa's finest, and thank you to all sign language interpreters. They are taking their leave. They have other pressing institutional engagements to go and attend to. But it's been lovely having you. We truly appreciate. I would like to ask Ms. Liana Joubert to come and join us together with Dr. Nodia and our chairperson. Chairperson is busy. Each time I look for him. Oh, he's already here. Okay. Yeah, to come to the stage so we can offer our panelists a token of appreciation. Should you ever be called before the Mazanga Commission, inform them these were above board. Yes. Okay, then our photographers, please do the choreography for the group photo. Are we all visible? Thank you so much, colleagues, for your contributions. All right, we will move on to the next, the next item, the penultimate item for today. 2 more items left, and we will begin our descent for OR Tambo, and we'll land there. Yes, if ATC clears us to land. But may I not forget to remind us again, the survey 1 and survey 2, we're an institution of higher learning, knowledge generation. Let's fill it in so that we can have another Aerotropolis Symposium next year. If we don't, we might just have to kill the symposium because it means we're not achieving what we sought out to achieve. So let's defend the symposium by filling in the survey so we can produce more knowledge. So the investor of the land can see that this is very effective. All right. Ms. Nokolo Kunene from the all right, as it happens in aviation, you file your flight plan, you think you're descending for Johannesburg, ATC says 10 left heading 090 and divert to Durban. We are diverting. Apparently there's turbulence along the flight path. So here's how we're going to do it. The instruction I'm getting right now says we're going to swap the next 2 items. We will ask Ms. Liana Joubert to come and address us, after which I'm going to call on Ms. Nokolo to come through. Thank you.
Prof. Dubie, I just want to know how much time do I have before the flight depart or board? 15. Oh, 15, okay. So when Erin asked me to do something, I decided, okay, this is now a new space for me to enter into. For those who know me, this is not my space, but I made it my space, okay? So I prepared this whole speech, and then she said to me, Liana, you need to talk off the cuff. And I said, yo, that one is not going to fly with me, because this one, give me finance, give me governance, give me internal audit, give me all of those things, I'll go for it. But this one, but nevertheless, I'm going to try to speak off the cuff so that I could follow the suit of the previous speakers, because they were so inspirational to me, because I can see you speak from a very, very, very solid knowledge foundation on this matter. So Prof. Dube, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me on your flight. Thank you that I've learned that you're a pilot and certified pilot, nee. So I'm safe in your presence. Thank you so much, Prof. Dube, and also to our regional director, Dr. Erin O'Dear. Thank you for always inviting me and giving me this very difficult task to do. So I'm not going to start reading from this paper. So I'm just going to have a little bit chat, and made a few notes to make sure that I'm not totally off this runway. But you're more than welcome to tell me, Liana, you've missed the runway totally. You need to go back and repilot yourself in order to make sure you're okay. So in this case, I want to talk around the catalytic niche areas. And we are extremely grateful to have Prof. Dube, because I heard everything when I returned to UNISA. I heard, Prof, don't worry about, we're going to have a airport. And I was like, wow, UNISA airport. And I was so impressed. You know, I thought we're going to buy a TVET college, or we're going to buy Stadio, or academia, or one of those. But in my mind, I never thought that a university of distance learning is going to buy an airport. So I had to apply my mind a little bit, Prof. Dube. You made it very difficult for me. So, and what is the opportunities around that? And then when I start thinking about the opportunities, I realize how big the opportunities are. You said giant, big, giant, mammoth. And I'm going to talk around the educational side of the aviation. And why did we choose the catalytic niche areas? And we were all scared to say that it was South African Airways. And we were all scared to say that it's corruption. And we were all scared to say the things that we want to say for some reasons, I don't know why. But I'm just so grateful I'm on the 4th floor of the Gorong building that is surrounded with freedom of academic speech, that we can say those things, because it's time that we say the things so that we could shape the governance around the aviation. And I do believe that's where universities come in to a great extent. So what is the opportunities? And for one of the speakers that I've listened when I came in spoke about the multidisciplinarity of that. And then when I start applying my mind, I realize I understand why the lawyers are now pilots, right? And yeah, I can understand why, because of the legal side of it. I understand now that drones can impact on POPIA. Okay, so then I wondered, to what extent do we enact differently and look at our researchers on how we can look at those. The human factor around aviation came to mind. And then I don't even want to speak about the world of work through aviation. I never thought of it that way, but now I'm doing it. And I was wondering, civil engineers must have an impact, but because who's doing the traffic into the airport? The other engineers, to what extent? So I thought it's about logistics, okay? For me, looking at an airport, passing Oliver Tambo, I see, yeah, this is interesting. I have never heard that two aircrafts flying into each other, in what lane or whatever, you know, I don't know. But I haven't heard they go boom in the air. I heard that they bump when they come down, but I didn't hear they boom in the air, and they had to press a hooter to say, get out of my way, I need to pass here in the sky. So then I realized, gee, the logistics need to be extremely well designed, but I thought of logistics just merely on ground. Because when you enter, it goes seamless. And so, by the way, we use some of the examples of aviation, airport type of, to apply to our graduation. So, by the way, for those who've attended our graduations, you've seen a code, ne? Guess where we got that from? And when you get your code, when you go in, so it works for the airports. I said, then it must work for UNISA's graduations. All right? So it works so well. For those who think it didn't work, I think it worked exceptionally well. All right. So then the talent-hungry component for me came out very strongly. And I was asking myself, UNISA, who must we train in order to sustain the investment that we made for this airport? And then I'm asking myself, aviation engineers, do we train aviation engineers yet at UNISA? Do we train lawyers in aviation law, etc.? Where is it that we could focus our energy? Because we all know, as we sit around the table today, that the qualifications that universities in South Africa offer today is not going to be relevant in 10 years, from now. But still, we offer exactly the same qualifications. And you know what is sometimes a little bit sad? We attract students. Our applications this year is over 2 million applications for qualifications that might not exist 10 years from now. So the bold decision of UNISA's management and council through Prof. Dube is extremely transformational in nature, because it must force us as individuals, wherever you are, whether you're a deputy registrar or whether you're a regional director or a head of school or a director of a school, collaboratively we need to think differently about which qualifications is going to make a social just society that is transformed, and where our students, when they graduate and so excited when they walk that red carpet, they are employable immediately, not 3, 4, 5 years down the line. So for me, it was a brave decision of the university to move into that direction. But we need to be far more braver than we think. To change curriculum is like changing a cemetery. You don't always have the support of the incumbents. So I'm inviting you to think, Prof. Dube, differently, not about the qualification in law, the qualification in College of Economic and Management Sciences to stop a corrupt just in our country in order to support aviation going forward. It's so hard sore for me to know that the competition is so low in South Africa that you have no other choice to accept mediocrity when it comes to aviation. If we sort aviation, we resolve a GDP in this country. And I would like to see how our accountants will come together, how law will come together, how the CSIR colleagues will come together and devise something that I've learned lately, and I'm super, super excited about this, like super excited about this. And it's gazetted, but no one is talking about it. So why do we have to train formal qualifications for people in aviation that needs to look at these new talent pools? I don't think some qualifications require formal qualifications, but I do appreciate this new concept of micro-credentials. I truly appreciate, because that is going to open for us a world. But don't do micro-credentials for your pocket and to gain a short learning program. That's not what a micro-credential is. It's not for our pocket. It is how we scaffold these credentials in order for an individual who completes these micro-credentials to one day become a Professor Dube, because the opportunities are there. I'm challenging the academics, I'm challenging the colleges to really invest their energies on how we're going to take aviation, and I've heard a new word, it's aviatropolis. I want to say do it unitropolis, meaning a university-tropolis, okay? We just created something new. So let's gear up. Let's teach what we study. Let's study what we solve. Let's solve what we teach. So, therefore, I said, let's put this runway out there, and there's 4 gears. I don't know whether an aircraft work in first gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear. So I just decided gear number 1. All right? Maybe that's when you go, ooh, is curriculum by design. It's curriculum by design, not by inheritance. Because if you don't do curriculum by design and you just inherit from everywhere, I'm not sure that we're going to go anywhere. So let's co-own, let's partner with CSIR, let's partner with all the stakeholders here today that I wish I could meet everyone, because I think there's opportunities to break silos between universities, public, private investors, and pilots. So let's put it in gear number 1. My second pet project that I would like to introduce, and I'm going to give it to you. Some of you have read the new regional model, so I would be reluctant not to refer to the new regional model as, I call it studios, labs, or innovation incubators. I would like to see an innovation incubator in the Gauteng region in order to support aviation. But I want that to be partnered with CSR and other colleagues that Prof. Dube needs to bring to the table for us. It's only through incubators that we put young people, the more matured people, like me, and I see a few of us around the tables, but we need all of us. We need all of us. I've heard in the national dialogue, the young students said, these old people need to go. It's our time to shine. So, not so sure about that one. All right, so Prof. Dube, incubator, aviation incubator for innovation and creativities, where we can stand together. Research that moves. I think this requires applied research more than anything else. Applied research, and I call it from papers to pilots to policy. And I didn't know you're going to talk about policy issues that is bringing really difficulties to us, and maybe the lack of policies. So let's bring the pilots together in order to design for us the policies. And that's what an incubator is. So I don't want to dismiss our pilots here today, because I've learned without you, these gears are not going to work. So gear number 4 is feedback into the curriculum. This incubator must help me to promote my micro-credentials. Because if I don't use the incubator in order to change the way the academics need to close their ears and eyes. I'm married to a professor, and I know it's very difficult at times. You know, you're so stuck in your own ways. But nevertheless, let's what we will call it? Yeah, something like that. Or yeah. Yeah, I want to get a name to like a metropolitan, but to use it as a professorpolitan or something like that. But nevertheless, feedback into the curriculum, very important. It is time that we teach differently. It's time that we teach something that is reliable, something that is relevant to the new upcoming students in this area. And I am going to conclude now. So when these gears mesh, students see relevance, partners feel value, academics see impact, and communities see progress. So in my conclusion, and that's all that I'm going to read, Erin, is to say aviation teaches that safety is not the absence of incidents. It is the presence of capacities, the capacity to anticipate, to adapt, to learn, and to recover. Our catalytic mesh area strategy is really about building those capacities for students, for partners, and for our institution, the University of the Land, I've learned now. It will take courage to co-design, to share data responsibly, to publish what didn't work, and to iterate in the open. It will also take care of learners stretching into new identities, care for partners trusting us with their operations, and care for communities who will judge our work by lived experiences and not slogans. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Registrar. We appreciate brief and to the point, but very packed. I can respond this way to your call for a Aerotropolis, that in the second installment of this symposium next year, we will have a panel focused on the Aerotropolis. We'll invite all universities that are open-minded and revolutionary and forward-looking as we are, to come together and to see what is the value of higher education in the Aerotropolis. It will be just a panel on its own. So that's my promise. We take the notes you've given us on incubators. We will work on that. The team is listening. The team is taking notes. We need to put together a concept note on the incubation program. The collaboration between industry and how to get industry buy-in, co-creation. CSIR is here. Other industries are here. We co-create the solutions for this society. Applied research, feedback into the curriculum, the creation of micro-credentials. We're running with that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the last speaker of the day, last but not least, again, dynamite comes in small packages. She has been sitting there since yesterday, observing, taking it in. Ms. Nokolo Gunene from the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, because all these machines must be powered somehow. Every machine in the Aerotropolis needs to be powered. It needs an energy source. Ms. Nokolo Gunene, over to you.
Okay, afternoon everybody. Sorry, I'm old school, so I have to open my books and whatever. So I had initially more time allocated, so I'm going to try to be very, very quick. First of all, I'd like to greet everybody, distinguished guests, all of you who have stayed on to hear this presentation. Deputy Registrar, Director, Prof. Dube for the invite, and everybody else. Thank you very much. So, firstly, I think as an introduction, I just need to very quickly tell you about myself. I'm a nuclear professional. I'm an energy and compliance specialist. I've been in the nuclear industry for about 20 years. I'm here today representing an organization called WINSA, which is the Women in Nuclear South Africa. It's a chapter affiliated to the global organization called Women in Nuclear. So in today's presentation, I'd like to just first of all say that I'm very honored to be here because normally nuclear professionals, we talk to each other. It's very rare that we get an opportunity to talk to people outside of our industry. There's various reasons for that, but definitely today, this is quite a big thing for us in the industry. And before I charge on to the presentation, there's two things I'd also like to highlight. I'd like to commend the University of the Land. You know, when I heard that term yesterday, I thought it's so emotive. It aligns with the majestic building that you see when you drive on the highway. When you say University of South Africa, it sounds good, but it's just a name. But when you say the University of the Land, it's a different thing, totally different. So that's the first thing. And in that, I think you're demonstrating your position as the national thought leader, or rather assuming the position. The second thing is the inclusivity. Yesterday we had learners here. We've got various people from industry, including myself, and I think the importance of that, it creates a knowledge to practice kind of bridge, which I think has been touched on during the course of the day. So that's a very important aspect in shaping the development of the industry, the Aerotropolis vision, as well as South Africa and the development trajectory. So, Prof. Dube, I think in his introduction, he said, how are we going to power all of this? So that was the question I was asking myself yesterday. How are we going to power all of this? So in trying to answer that, I'm going to take us through the presentation as it's flighted. So I won't even go through, you'll see the headings as they come in the interest of time. And I will jump on to say, you know, for us to power all of this and for us to achieve our green goals, for us to also build economies with scalable, clean, and reliable energy, it's going to be very difficult to take off without a reliable source of energy. Enter nuclear. Of course, I'm going to be biased. So there's various forms of energy, of electricity that you can have. There's the fossil power, there's, which is chemical, if you want to say. There's nuclear, of course, and there's there's various, geothermal, you name it. But today we're going to talk about nuclear, and we're going to confine the presentation to SAF, and of course the cogeneration capability that nuclear presents to this industry, or the benefits rather. But before we do that, let me quickly just tell those of you who are not familiar with the industry what our landscape looks like. So NECSA, that's the organization I come from, mandated to do nuclear research for South Africa. So just like you, we're mandated the big job of solving problems using nuclear technology. And we have flagship organizations like NTP under us, which produces radiopharmaceuticals, 1.2 billion revenue industry, doing very well, and it's global supply as well. We've got Narwadi, which is the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. Their facilities in the Falputs, recently taken over from NECSA. So they do the disposal side, which is what we call the back end. We then have Eskom, which runs the nuclear power station called Koeberg down in the Cape. I also used to work there. And they are currently the owners of the PBMR company. You will know about the PBMR company, and it's important to mention it because when I talk SMRs, a small modular reactor, South Africa has actually ventured down that path via the PBMR, okay? And then finally, we have the National Nuclear Regulator. That's our South African regulator, very effective. Yesterday, they celebrated 25 years of effective service to the country, keeping our people and our environment safe. So we're very proud of their independence as well as their effectiveness in making sure that the facilities, the operators are operating safely in service of this country. Just on the right-hand side, sorry, just to go back a little bit. So I think it's important to touch on the key drivers of why nuclear. So renewable energy, you'll know that we just, the IRP, I think October 2025, just got gazetted, if not yesterday or today. So we're quite excited about that because there's an additional nuclear component. Obviously, you'll see that there's the renewable energy component, which has also been increased. And of course, carbon tax as a legislative requirement that we all need to adhere to. And therein lies the commonality between us in the nuclear industry and yourselves in the aviation industry. You will find that as highly regulated industries, we share a lot of things in common from a compliance perspective, but also from reducing the carbon emissions, which is a goal that, it's a global goal for the reduction of emissions by 2050. So let's move on. I'm going to jump through some slides. So this one is important for this audience because it is what drives this industry, calling the aviation or the aero industry, the commitment they've made for the net zero by 2050. So I understand IATA is calling it the fly net zero, which is reduction of CO2 emissions by 2050. And the important thing to note on this one is on their strategy, they've highlighted that sustainable aviation fuels, or SAF, for you guys who are familiar with it, will contribute about, 65%. 65% to the reduction of carbon emissions. And I will dwell on that as I initially said. Why this is important? So these SAF, the production thereof, requires electricity, and if you want to go green aviation, it's clean electricity that you want. You need heat, you need hydrogen, and you need these in immense quantities. Also, for these aerotropolises that we are talking about, you need 24/7 reliable, clean power. That's a non-negotiable. And also, reliable, I think, is the key. And the aerotropolises need industrial scale energy for growth. Somebody spoke about scaling. So you want to be able to pace yourself in the scaling of, in line with your growth and drive economic activity. And of course, all the benefits that can be included in terms of the corridors that are created by the Aerotropolis. Then there's also in renewables, which I mentioned earlier, which requires storage. And what then happens is once you have too much storage, it drives up your costs for renewables, so that starts affecting your price. So back to, it becomes a social issue again. So you need a source that in the long term, and nuclear has proven with the Koeberg power station, the nuclear price, the production is lower, which means it can influence your price in a more positive manner. I know about the capital cost, that's not today's conversation, so we're not going to talk about that. Okay, so let's move on. So the pathway to net zero, in order for you to achieve this, so as Prof. Dube highlighted, how Kenya has, I think it's a landmark, it's an amazing achievement. They used 50% of SAF fuel in that travel from Nairobi to Cape Town. So that is quite amazing, and that tells you that this is not just the sunset industry, it's actually near term. So what nuclear can do as an enabler for that, and you can see where I'm going with this in trying to minimize it for time now, is that we need to position South Africa and Africa as a hub producer of sustainable aviation fuel. And with the advent of nuclear or expansion of nuclear in South Africa, we are saying here's a solution, or rather a contributor in minimizing the costs of doing that and making it easier. Okay, I think let me just summarize it like that. So nuclear provides that, as I said, it's 24/7, it's reliable, it lowers the costs, and obviously we call it cogeneration. There's the electricity part, and then there's the non-electric part, which is the heat and other things that you can achieve with the thermal energy from nuclear reactors, and specifically small modular reactors. And I've highlighted their small modular reactors under reliable clean power. And maybe let's go on to the next slide so that we can talk about that quickly. So the question I asked myself was, okay, well, who's done this? Who's got a nuclear power plant next to their supposed Aerotropolis? And nobody yet. But Denver International has gone out to market around August and said, look, we would like feasibility proposals for a feasibility study for us to look at the possibilities of having a nuclear reactor, particularly a small modular reactor, to power up the operations of the airports, because they also envisage the growth that Africa is seeing, and also there's the, I know I shouldn't say AI, I might just go to class. But there's the issue of the fact that things are data driven, so the needs for reliable energy are not just limited to running operations. There's much wider. I was once traveling somewhere in Africa, and there were, I won't say which airport, I don't know if it's right or not, so they had just extended their airport. My goodness, the aircon at that time had not been commissioned. It was crazy terrible. It was, yeah, people were not fainting, but they were close to. And so you realize the need for this, for power, and I mean, I'm not saying they didn't have the power. I'm saying the absence of the aircon in itself was something you realize that it's not a privilege, it's a necessity. Okay, so when you look at also with this Denver thing, I've highlighted a few things there in red. It says that the feasibility study will also examine the safety concerns that may arise in the intersection between aviation and nuclear. So I indicated that both are highly regulated environments, but there are certain safety and compliance and regulatory things that one would need to look at. And an obvious one would be, I used to be a safety engineer, not safety, but plant engineer. And one of the assessments that we do as part of the safety case for nuclear facilities is that you look at the design, and I don't know if you guys know, but it is a requirement to have a missile shield so that if something fell on top, it wouldn't affect the reactor. So, so things have been designed into power plants to make them safe for unfortunate eventualities, but those still need to be re-looked at in order for us to ensure that these things are actually quite feasible. I mean, there's seismic requirements in the nuclear power plant, so you might not want it next to, but you would want it a fair distance, and you can still harness, but the production of the CEFs can definitely be next to the facility, which is what I'm driving for, that we build that industry, because we need jobs for our people, and we need sustainable jobs. So building an industry on CEFs and not importing them, and lowering the costs, and therefore driving up the demand, is something that we should be driving at. And I think I want to end there because I think I've driven the message, but maybe let's run through the slides and see, yes, this is key, because now you want to know why nuclear and why these small modular reactors. So small modular reactors, as I've indicated, can be a traditional kind of technology or design, like what we have at Koeberg Power Station, but on a smaller scale. The limitation is that they're up to 300 megawatts for those who want to be technical. But they can be smaller, actually, from about 1 megawatt. But what is key with the more advanced technologies, like the high temperature reactors that the PBMR would have been, is the thermal temperatures that they can achieve. So you can see there, which is important for hydrogen production, when you look at the methane and the purification, and you start looking, you can see that those kind of productions or methods require higher temperature. And if you look up, you can see that at the very top, it's the very high temperature reactors, and you can see from the temperature bar graph that it's nearing beyond orange. I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer, so I can't really, but I hope today is really to plant the seed for you, to show you the connection that can be made and the benefit that we can use to harness nuclear technology in service of this industry going green. Let's move on. Okay, so expanding the vision for Africa, I think I've touched on that, so I won't dwell on it. If you want the presentation, I can always share it with Prof. Dube, and you can go through it and ask me questions offline. So let's move on. I think I'll go straight to the summary. Yeah, so in terms of pulling together what was given to me as a focus or a focal point of discussion is that we want a sustainable aviation fuel, and I've indicated to you how that can be achieved with nuclear power. We want climate resilience. Oftentimes, I know the debate will come up about nuclear power and waste. That's a juicy one for most people, waste. I'm willing to engage outside, definitely on that, and I'm willing to explain why that is it's a priority for the industry, but it is not what it has been put out there as a danger to society. I can definitely engage on that, but from an emissions point of view, I don't think anybody can argue that nuclear produces no emissions. So if you want to go green in aviation and you want to play in the SAF space, nuclear becomes a very good partner for that. Circular economy, which is reuse and regenerate. I think with nuclear, we achieve that somewhat, but again, the waste discussion is what will always lead us down a path of contention. Community value, it's important obviously that you get a community buy-in, stakeholder engagement, somebody mentioned it yesterday, it's very important. But I think what you also need to consider is the kind of jobs that nuclear provides. From the very first stage of siting, to design, to commissioning, to operation, to decommissioning. It's one industry that has probably one of the longest longevity in terms of roles that it can survive. I mean, now we are extending life of nuclear facilities to about 60 years. That is, there's a role, let's say design engineer, that is going to be in existence from the time you site to the time of decommissioning. Of course, it won't be the same person, but if you hand over, so I can really break it up for you in that way, in various forms of roles that you can find in the industry. Of course, construction is the one with the biggest load, or the biggest labor force, and then it tapers down a little, but I mean, Koeberg runs on about 2,000, 2,500 people. Next has similar numbers, so we're talking a large number. The moderators here, I need to move. Ah, there we go. Thank you.
Saved by the bell, I see. She was really saved by the bell. As soon as I stepped up here, she knew that, yeah, time was up. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, dynamite comes in small packages. Indeed, you've seen it. That was explosive. Thank you. We will take one round of questions, and then we'll close it. Only two hands. 1, 2. That's it. In that order. Advocate, and then the young man over there.
Thank you very much, colleague. It's good to see you again. But I want to talk to your last slide. Your last slide saying it can be flighted, I would appreciate. The last slide, the last bullet, because I would want to know the context of the but. In the last bullet, last bullet there, net zero airports are possible, but why the but? So that's question number 1. The second question is, pardon? Yeah, it's the last one, but it's important. I hear you about nuclear. I'm not going to talk about radiation. I'm not doing as a scientist today, but there is radiation. How do we deal with that? Now, I want to talk about extractive industry and the nuclear power you're talking about. How do we balance the fact that extractive industry is here to stay in Africa? And yes, I hear about nuclear power, but how do we ensure that the endowment of extractive industry within aviation is not decapitated because of us wanting to focus on the nuclear power? Because this extractive industry is the one that's needed up north. And we're saying, Tina, we're going nuclear. How do we balance this in the interest of Africa?
Thank you, Advocate. The gentleman at the back.
This was a question, but I don't know if the pilots are still here. There's a question about what encouraged them to go into
There are 3
aviation.
pilots in the room right now. Any one of them will answer you. Go ahead.
Referring to that question about what encouraged the pilots to go into aviation, what actually encouraged them to go into aviation?
Did you get the question? They didn't get it.
I'm referring to the question, what was the thing that encouraged all the pilots to go into aviation?
What encouraged them to go into? There are 2 captains in here. They're sitting on the same table I was sitting on. Both of them will answer you.
Because at the same time, I'm also a pilot in training.
Fantastic. Me and you will have a conversation afterwards. Madam Nicole, over to you.
Okay, I'll take, so the first question about net zero being possible, but. So that one is an easy one. I recently was in another panel talking about other things, and a lady who works, I think it's C40 or C30 in KZN, but she mentioned that I think it's Chicago who had gone 100% renewable, I'm going to say municipality. So I'm saying that, and my answer to her was, in the energy transition, so this was one of the G20 energy transitions conversations that we're having. As I said, in the energy transition, it is very, very possible to go green without nuclear, but it is going to be very difficult because renewables have certain shortcomings that nuclear can close. So when I say but, I say but without base load, proper base load. So renewables cannot fulfill the base load function, and that is the context of the but. So I'm saying nuclear as base load. And I think in one of the bullets, either in that slide or in another slide, I even said in partnership with renewables. So nuclear professionals will hardly ever discount the other sources of energy. We will rather say that there's a place for each energy source. Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the extractive industry, I don't think I understood the question. So I'll say when I cannot, I did not understand that question. So I have to talk to you outside and maybe get better context. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Nokolo. Please maintain position. Yes. I will defer to my fellow captains for your answer. My answer on why I became a pilot would be boring. They have a more juicier story.
Oh, okay, my name is Tsepo Seku. I'm an airline pilot and a PhD graduate. And this is a very easy question for someone who's in aviation and who's flying aircraft. It's simply for the passion. All things aviation, aircraft, for as long as I can remember, I've always had like posters of airliners on my wall. And, you know, the passion runs so deep that, you know, when I couldn't fund my own training, I went and worked in the UK for 4 years, doing several jobs at any given time, just to come back and pay for my own training. Because, you know, and at that time, I'd never actually set foot in a cockpit. I just knew that I had to do it. And it was, we don't have any other option. There's no feeling like the feeling that an aviator gets when you hear a plane fly up above and you just go up, you know, at the aircraft and you just, it's like you're in a daze. Everything stops. If I'm in a conversation with someone, I just zone out for a second before coming back, you know. So yeah, that is the passion for aviation that we hold. Yeah.
Right. Do you want to add anything, Captain Mangezi?
They say half a minute. The captain has said it all. The only difference with me is that I grew up in a village, Namakwe, in the former Transkei in the Eastern Cape. There's no airports, there was no internet, there was no YouTube, TikTok, none of those things. We used to see airplanes flying past high altitudes, and we'd go, wah, 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 and would wave and spatily sweetie and make all sorts of exciting sounds, you know? And that's the only time I saw an aircraft. The first time I got onto an aircraft was when I was being recruited to fly one for the Air Force. I went to the Air Force base. For the first time in my life, I got to touch an aircraft and get inside one. And the training didn't happen with the Air Force, but the first time I actually flew an aircraft was when I was learning to fly an aircraft. So everything else before then was imagination and the curiosity. I just wanted to know, why is it not falling? How is it able to stay in the sky like this? And so the curiosity is what kept me going and got me to where I was. I didn't have the information about aviation at that time. But there's TikTok now. There's carrier exhibitions that we do. And so me and my colleagues in aviation, we go around schools and we do carrier exhibitions to ignite the passion much earlier. Okay. Billy Clash, time is up.
Thank you so much. Curiosity. They say it killed the cat, but we're not cats, so let's be curious. Right. Ms. Nakolo, you wanted to have one bite?
Maybe not to answer the questions, but that thing that happens after you've presented and stuff starts coming when you've been rushing. There's one thing I needed to just close the loop on. So I spoke about building the industry for SAFs. I spoke about nuclear as an input to that. In the middle is hydrogen. Okay? That needed to be said. Hydrogen production, which is you can get pink hydrogen from nuclear and you can get it from all other sources. But that is a very, very key thing because you need that in order for you to...
hydrogen.
Yes, thank you.
That's SIR's playing field.
Yes.
The two of you share raw materials for the production of knowledge. Fantastic. Madam Noklolo, thank you for your presentation. Yes, Madam Deputy Registrar. They are in. I'm going to respond on their behalf. They are in. Am I right?
Would Nexa like to join UNISA? I'm going to have... Protocol says I must speak to my CEO. But the likelihood would be yes, but of course I would need to clear it with the CEO. Thank
Fantastic. I wasn't wrong. They are in. Mr. K. Yes, it's ratification. Yeah. Fantastic. Yes. Customarily, we're married to Nexa. Yes. Fantastic. A round of applause. Before I move us to the closing part, please don't move. We need to take a photo with our presenter. My usual people for the gifts, Dr. Nduli, Dr. Nodier, Ms. Joubert, and our chairperson. Please rush to the stage. Let's quickly do the photo op, and then we can officially close the proceedings for the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the deliberations for today. If this was our flight, I would now be pulling up to the parking bay, looking at the mashallah, putting in the chocks, switching off the engine, and getting off to have a nice glass of red wine, because I wouldn't be flying for the next 24 hours. Thank you so much for your presence, your participation in deliberations, and for supporting the vision. Tomorrow, we're focusing on the student track. There are many masters and PhD students who will be presenting groundbreaking work that they're doing under our supervision as the University of the Land. Please come through and see what presentations we have. Some of them are in the house, but you won't see them until tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let's discuss it now after we... Yeah, yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.